Thank you very much, Paul. Can you all hear me? Does that sound okay? I hope you noticed I'm in politically neutral colours, and just to keep Liberal Democrat voters happy, I've also got a sherbet lemon in my pocket. So you're in good company here. I'm told that actually we've got 40% of delegates this year are new to the conference, which is great. And we've got a record-breaking number of small museums, so that's 27% of small museums. I also asked the team just to let me know who had travelled the shortest distance to be with us and who had potentially travelled the furthest. And the closest is from Stourbridge, which is all of about 7 miles away. But we also do have, I hope they're in the room because it'll be a big disappointment, won't it, otherwise, delegates from the Isles of Scilly, which is more than 7 miles away, yeah. The other thing I should just say, you're in part of these two buildings here and the facade we moved them to the museum, I think, in about 2000, and they're part of Rolfe Street Baths from Smethwick. First opened, I think, in about 1888, and we quite often so it was swimming baths, okay? And so if I do bring visitors in here, or we've got visitors in here, I do obviously tell them that there is a swimming pool underneath here, and underneath the other room there. But there was no mixed bathing at Smethwick Baths until 1927, really. So you're very welcome. And you are very welcome to the museum and to the Black Country. And as I say, particularly if it is your first time here. And I do hope over the next couple of days, in amongst all the sessions, and tonight, of course, when you'll be more immersed in the museum, you'll recognize what makes this region of about 1.3 million people distinctive, famous, and worth getting to know. I must also just welcome those delegates online. And I wonder, although you'll have to turn and face the cameras that way, I wonder if we could give a wave to our delegates online, really, to make them feel welcome and special. I've got two name checks. I hope that Nick Mallinger from the London Transport Museum is watching in, as is Anne-Maria Rooney as well. And so I expect messages from those two in particular for shout-outs. I also just want to thank our headline sponsor, Bloomsbury Connects, and other sponsors. We've got Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers, Minerva, Art Fund, and United Outcomes, all of whom had short videos you've just seen there. I should also just say that on behalf of Paul and the museum board, that we also are delighted to sponsor and support this year's conference. As a museum, we've been open on a permanent basis since 1978. So like AIM itself, we too are closing in on our 50th anniversary. And we were part of that now infamous primordial slime, Hilary will know exactly what I'm talking about, of independent museums developed particularly, I think, in the 70s. Although a good deal later than many open-air museums across Europe. And as I say also, we were really on the coattails of many open-air museums in the UK. So, you know, you could talk about St. Fagans, in South Wales, Beamish in County Durham, and then very close to home in Shropshire, Bliss Hill, of course, part of the Ironbridge Gorge Museums. And I think we were very much on the coattails of all those UK museums, as well as those across Europe. When you do get out on site, maybe if it is tonight or as part of a tour, I think you do need to pinch yourself, actually, really, to remind yourself that, should I take Paul's name down and put mine up? Look at that, hey. That you have to pinch yourself, really, to remind yourselves that everything has been either moved here or recreated here. It was a new breed of museums, yes, concerned with saving buildings and other features, small objects and large, like our transport collection, for example, but also people's stories. And as Paul said, we do regard ourselves really as a stage upon which to tell stories. But for those of you that are new to the Black Country and new to the museum, I set you a small task, a little test. And so to identify the 3 features on this site, very much part of the storytelling of what we tell here, which are original. So which are the 3 original features? So here before the museum, and extravagant prizes will be awarded if you can identify those 3 things. I should also just say that, before I say anything else, that with such a packed program across many different spaces in the museum, many different speakers, lots of logistics, you should expect occasional children in need moments. Do you know what I mean by that? It was those moments when the host on TV, typically the late Terry Wogan, would stare blankly into the camera, looking confused, when in fact the script probably said it should have been Claudia Winkleman's Link. So there will be moments like that, and I just ask you to enjoy them, really. But maybe don't post on social media those particular things. Turning to AIM and this week's conference, I recently watched a clip of someone, a scientist actually, explaining why he wouldn't get a tattoo. And he said it was because he was yet to be certain of anything that won't, a little bit further down the track, be surpassed by an extraordinary new thought or discovery. And therefore he didn't want to commit to the indelible facsimile of a tattoo. Well, friends and colleagues, I must tell you that I am so certain of the importance and impact of AIM, the association of people from right across the UK, and that although we're always striving to be better, AIM won't be surpassed. And therefore, worthy of a tattoo. It's a new service that we'll be providing, launching straight after the conference. Details from Christine, and every delegate should have one. You know, the breadth of museums is always a wonder to behold, I think, at the AIM conference. And of course, this year being sold out, it's even more impressive. And so, you know, I wanted to give a shout out to some of the delegates. Is Helen here, Helen Atkinson from the Jewish Museum in London? Yes, welcome Helen. Is Nick Ball from Chatham Docks? Yes, welcome Nick. And Rebecca Benyon from North Craven Building Trust. Yes, you're from my part of the world there. And also David McGowan from Offers Dyke Association. David here? Yes. Gosh, that was a full house. It just shows you the breadth, really, of museums that are involved here, and you're all very, very welcome. During the lead-up to this conference, many people in the room got in touch with me to say that we must catch up. We must catch up over the next couple of days, but I must come clean. I've been cheating on you all, and I've said that we must catch up to every single one of you who got in touch, in the certain knowledge, actually, that that's highly, highly unlikely. So I offer my apologies now for that, if we don't get to chat, but I can assure you that the loss is entirely mine, actually. I leave you with just one piece of conference advice so far as attending a conference is concerned, and particularly maybe addressing the new people to conferences, and that is to take note of someone's toes and which way they are pointing at you when they are talking to you. And are they directed directly at you? In which case, I think they are fully attentive. But are they pointing away at 90 degrees? Whereas I think in that case, you might want to question their focus on you. So look at the toes and the shoes and make sure that yours are pointing the right way. Before I hand over to Rhiannon Goddard, our Deputy Chair at AIM, for the first session, we thought we should bring you a little bit of Black Country emotion, soul, and dialect. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our very own John Homer. John might look familiar and be familiar to some of you, because John was one of our stars of TikTok during the lockdown, in the guise of the Grandad, I think was right, wasn't it, John? Yeah, 1920s Grandad. And it was one of the ways that we used to stay connected to our communities. So, John, over to you.
Warau Abist. I can see some nonplussed faces there. Roughly translated, that means hello, how are you? Yeah, Warau Abist. So that's a bit of Black Country for you, Black Country dialect. Can I first of all say what a privilege it is to be here in front of you people, all here today with one common aim. And it's so comforting, yeah. I am Black Country born and bred. I come from a place colloquially known as Quarry Bonk, which is actually Quarry Bank. But in the Black Country, a bank, believe it or not, is a bonk. So I am of the Black Country, born and bred here. It is a very special place, and I would not live anywhere else on earth. The Black Country, you will know, was born out of the Industrial Revolution. And the Black Country became a place, as Paul has already alluded to, renowned for its endeavour, its ingenuity, its creativity, its industry, and its hard graft. And out of that came a very special place with its own culture, with its own traditions, with its own folklore, with its own heritage, with its own sense of humour, with its own sense of entitlement, and its own sense of language, and ultimately, and currently, a wonderful place of diversity. It is a very special place, not only in the United Kingdom, but it is a very special place in the world. A couple of years ago, the museum had the fortune to be able to display one of William Shakespeare's original folios, which was worth about 2 million quid. Yeah, and I had to guard it. It's not been seen since, and I've had some wonderful holidays. But I had to guard it, and the people of Dudley and surround were given the wonderful opportunity of filing in main reception, and there was Shakespeare's folio for all the people to see. William Shakespeare, of course, a great man of language. And we talk about our own language in the Black Country and our own place in the world. So somebody suggested to me, John, you're a bit of a wordsmith, are you? And I said, I've been, right? And they said, do you think you could write a sonnet about the Black Country and love? Because whatever situation we're in, wherever we are in the whole wide world, sometimes love always comes to the fore. We're all here today. I'm assuming we all love somebody. I love myself, but that's a different matter entirely. So they said, could you write a sonnet about the Black Country and love? My daughter fortunately works in a library, so I went down to the library. I did A-level English a long time ago, but I went down to the library and I borrowed a book of sonnets. And that gave me the inspiration to write my little one, 14 lines you will know. You will know the most famous sonnet probably is, shall I compare thee to a summer's day? I didn't look at Andrew deliberately there. It's just the way it's just the way my hand went. Wore it. So, yeah, I sat long and hard and deliberated, and I thought this sonnet must be brief. I'm not a man of brevity, as people who know me will know me. So I've put my brevity monitor on today. So I thought it must be brief, but it must be punchy. And in the style of Shakespeare, it must convey a message very concisely and plainly, but understandable. And I hope that this little sonnet that I did conveys the message to you about the Black Country and what a special place it is. We're much maligned in some quarters, obviously. But whatever was done, we had to do it. Can you believe that I think this Black Country a paradise, a heaven full of heart and love and soul, where every precious passing day was oft-times sacrificed to twisting chain and sharpened nails and hidden seams of coal. But I see a beguiling beauty here that will ever last, where a symphony of laughter and amidst the toil, a song of joy drowned out the din of industry and the fiery furnace blast, and forged a humble spirit in our lives that a wanton age could not destroy. Despite the soot and choking smoke, love came shining through, and star-crossed lovers on Black Country eves found magic in the air. Loving, laughing, crying like doting dreamers always do, and rejoicing in the soft caressing kisses that they shared. In what we had to do to live and breathe, I see no dark disgrace, but the pride I take from the struggles of our past is why I love this wounded place.
Thank you so much, John. I have a copy of that on my phone, and so if anybody's, I suppose, got an iPhone, if they want an airdrop of it, then just come and ask me. Finally, I said at the top of this that the museum, we strive at the Black Country Museum to reflect the Black Country, so that everybody knows this is a place for them. And I really hope that by Friday, you too also know this is a place for you. Have a great conference. Thank you for being with us, and Rhiannon.
Just coming up here with a stick. Hello everyone, and welcome to the conference. I'm Rhiannon Goddard, I'm the Deputy Chair of AIM, and I also work at Historic Royal Palaces, so I'm quite a long way from home today, but I'm very pleased to be here as I started my early career in this part of the world, working with the Museums Councils, thank you, which some of you may remember, forerunner to ACE quite a long time ago. And I always enjoyed visiting this place, and it's great to be back. So thank you very much for hosting us here. And welcome to everyone who's in the room and online. Just in case you've forgotten in the last few minutes, I need to thank our sponsors again. Hopefully by the end of the conference, you'll all be able to recite who they are, along with whoever's presenting. And so our hosts are obviously the Black Country Living Museum, and I'm sure everyone who works here is putting something into the next 2 days. So thank you very much to all of the staff who are helping, and all of the AIM staff as well. And we have our gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers, and our main conference sponsors, who are Bloomberg Connect. Don't forget that in the breaks that we do have, that you must go and visit the expo, which is just through where the tea and coffee was things. So, and we want you to share your thoughts about the conference online, and we have a great hashtag, which is AIM Conference 2024. Nice, easy one for you to remember. So, you know, if you're on X or Instagram or LinkedIn or any other social media that is available, please use that tag. So I'm up here at the moment to introduce Joseph, who is sitting down there waiting to speak to you. Joseph Galliano-Doig is the director and co-founder of Queer Britain, the UK's first LGBTQ+, I always stumble over that, museum, and he is the former editor of Gay Times magazine. He's had a varied career. He's been a book editor, a major donor fundraiser, a third sector celebrity liaison manager, which is very intriguing and I'm sure has some good stories behind it that maybe we will hear some of. And he was the deputy CEO for an LGBT+ business leaders network. So he's very well qualified to talk to us today and kick off our theme of communities, talking about that. So over, without further ado, to Joseph. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any sonnets for you today. That's quite a hard one to follow. If it takes a village to raise a child, I would say it's taken a conurbation of communities in order to get a museum opened. And it's been probably nearly a 20-year journey. I was talking to someone last night, Jenny, who I don't know if Jenny's in the room. I'm waving at her there. When I was editor of Gay Times magazine in 2005, there was a project to try and get a museum up and running with a fabulous group of people, including somebody whose estate now supports, with a legacy, the work that we've been doing. Sadly, that particular project went so far, but it didn't gain the eventual traction of opening a space. And in 2007, I really was starting to become aware of or concerned about what was the generation gap that was growing up between younger people and older people, and what do people know about each other's lives and experiences. So we brought together a group of young people who had not yet been born in 1967 when the partial decriminalization of gay male sex was passed, and a group of people who were already adults in 1967, just to sort of ask, what do you know about each other's lives? And it turned out that it was kind of thin, and the half of the younger cohort had never even knew that it had been illegal for them to love who it was right for them to love. The older people, they took this first of all as a bit of a fish slap in the face. A fish slap? I don't know. Is that a thing? They took that as a bit of a, I think I'm thinking of an old Monty Python sketch. They took it as a bit of a, let's say, a fish slap in the face. They were kind of horrified that these youngsters didn't know what life had been like and the struggles that they'd had to get to be able to live their lives. And we sort of we reframed that at the time, and we said, first of all, thank you, didn't you do a fantastic job, that they can live their lives not on the barricades and not making the sacrifices that you had to make. And at the same time, if you don't know what questions to ask, how do you know what questions to ask? And this has been the problem really for our communities historically, which is that they've been underrepresented, they've been obscured, Their histories have been written by people who didn't have their best interests at heart and who didn't understand them and weren't of the communities. Where they did get space, it was often piecemeal, and people were, whatever we hear about how much LGBTQ plus people have take up too much space, really we've been expected to be grateful for actual crumbs from the table. 2005, I don't think the cultural landscape was quite right. We hadn't really broken out into the mainstream as much as we had done by 2017. So by 2017, I was at the Queer British Art exhibition at Tate, and I was standing in front of Oscar Wilde's prison cell door, which was a hugely moving object. That was the cell door that kept Oscar Wilde in Reading jail. A mean, ugly, dirty, squat object that just, I think represented all the sort of indignities that had been heaped on communities. And that moment, it really occurred to me, I've been thinking about this museum, the idea of a museum for a long time, and it really showed me at that moment, it was like, okay, so the time actually could be right, that now we can create a blockbuster exhibition around these themes. And then also, when I spoke to Claire Barlow, the curator, and she was telling me that about 50% of their audience had identified it as LGBTQ plus or somewhere on that spectrum, and about 50% had self-identified as heterosexual. And that really, really showed me that it was like, actually, we can do this for everybody. There's everybody who are interested in these stories. Everybody deserves to encounter these stories. So that was why then, a lot of people at that time, as I started speaking to people, they were like, oh yeah, but why a museum? And I know I'm speaking to a room that I think will understand better than almost any room in the country why a museum. For me, it was like, we create museums to show what stories we value and whose stories we think are important and whose stories should be lifted up and recognized and cherished. We wanted to open a museum to showcase previously excluded communities and make sure that while it was for all, it was in their voices. We wanted to show, I believe that museums show us that we care. And museums are just cool. Like, they're just great things, great spaces. I mean, like, I can't believe that there'd be a single person in this room that wouldn't agree with that. But that's all very well, but how do you set up a museum? Not a clue. So what I did was I knocked on every single door I could possibly find, and it was activists that I knew to hear about what they thought a museum should be like. It was the companies and the business leaders that I knew to talk about what sort of things did they think that they could get behind funding, what did they want to see, and the same with potential donors. It was museum and cultural leaders, and in fact one of the first things we did, because there was a little bit of smoke and mirrors of trying to make it look like we were a bit more developed than we actually were, was that I went around knocking on every museum I could get into and said, could we borrow your logo? And so we created this community of supportive friends in order to be able to have marketing material when I went into meetings that had the V&A logo and English Heritage and the Bishopsgate Institute, and I think we had about 16, 17 different logos on that. And we also started creating inclusion conversations where we, not intersectionally, so we weren't talking to groups all mixed together. We went, right, we're going to pull together a group of people of color and we're going to say, what would good look like to you? What would you like to see in a museum? We did the same with a group of trans and non-binary people. We did the same with a group of queer people with disabilities, and so on. And actually, the message that we got over and over again was just, well, we just want to be included. We want to be a part of it, and we want any of the sort of, there were specific barriers that were in the way for specific groups. But overall, it was just like, just talk to us and include us and let us be part of your community. I met around this time our co-founder, a guy called Ian Mertens, who's now our chair, who was at the time the Chief Operating Officer of London South Bank University, and was one of the kind of senior people in my network that I went to catch up with to really just kind of float this idea and say, oh, I'm thinking about the idea of setting up a museum, an LGBTQ+ museum. And this little flame registered behind his eyes, and it was a moment that made me go, okay, maybe I'm not as mad as I think I might be, and I do, but maybe this is something that really could have legs. And he started inviting me to use his office for meetings, and so I went from working out of cafes to being able to have people come into the executive suite at a university, and so suddenly you're getting more people coming into you rather than me having to pound the streets. I think I wore out 3 pairs of shoes in the first year. And then we decided that it was time that and this was about towards the end of 2017. February 2018, we realized that we needed to have a sort of a flag in the sand moment, and really just sort of announce what we were doing. And we created this film. So this is the first film that we ever made.
As a minister in the Department for Digital, Culture, Media and Sport.
As a black gay man born in the 1950s.
As a Paralympian.
Gay scientist.
Daughter of a refugee.
Isolated rural teenager in the 60s.
As a musician, as a writer, as a trans person.
A lesbian, mother and now grandmother.
Black woman, mother and Star Trek fan.
Curious but introverted bisexual woman.
As a gay man.
As a straight man.
Single gay man.
As an Australian gay woman living in the UK.
As a human.
I think the idea of a queer museum is absolutely essential to our cultural history, our social history as a country.
I wish we had a queer museum, somewhere that helped us see beyond the stereotypes and the labels to just how deep and varied and beautiful the LGBT+ community is.
To celebrate the diversity and the wild range of human sexuality.
To explore the history, contribution of LGBT community in the UK.
To enjoy, engage and learn.
When I was younger, I could see people like myself being properly represented, not stereotyped.
We're doing all this great stuff and this should be celebrated.
Seeing examples of people like me doing their things would have been fantastic. And I'm sure I'd have done a lot more and a lot sooner.
Share stories of who we are.
I would love to see a queer museum that celebrates the full diversity of the nation.
To celebrate the lives of queer people and the contributions that we make to society every day.
This is really exciting. It's something I want to take my children to.
I want my grandkids to have the right information, and I'd be very proud to take them to a gay museum, to see that they're included.
Somewhere that our future generation can appreciate the freedom to just be who they are.
I wish we had a queer museum, so I would have known that I could follow in the footsteps of giants.
Let's make it happen.
Queer Britain.
And we first showed this at an event at the Oscar Wilde room in the Oscar Wilde Tea Rooms, I think it's called, or the Oscar Wilde Lounge in Café Royal, which was one of Oscar Wilde's favourite dining sites. And what I was doing with this particular event, given that at the time it was basically the organisation was myself and Ian Mertens, and we were just starting to form a board, and we were also just starting to register for a charity. But I wanted to petrify myself into making sure that I committed as much as possible by creating what I thought of as a community of accountability, where I pulled together a group of community leaders, business leaders, and activists who I really respected. And I stood in front of them, played that film, and said, we are doing this thing. And I introduced them to the idea of the museum. We did some press work around it. And it was really, while it was a press announcement, a press event, it was really about me making sure that there was a group of people who would be looking at me and going, I don't want to fail in front of these people. So that was the stick that I kind of created for myself. Now, very shortly after that, we developed our first partnerships. So we had, amazingly, I met the chief marketing officer at M&C Saatchi, and they said, oh my God, this idea is amazing. Do you need somewhere to work? And they brought us in, they gave us office space. We had our first employee at that point, Lynn, who has been with me from the very start, and who has kind of carried me through so much, and we've created this fabulous partnership. We had to be very careful because every time we spoke too loud about plans, we'd find that M&C Saatchi's people would assemble this kind of team of strategists around us, and they'd go, can we show you a deck that we've made? Because we've been thinking about this idea, and we think we can help you with this. Within a month of moving into that, Levi's got in touch, and they said, oh, actually, we've heard about this project, and we think this is really fantastic, and we'd like to be we'd like to be with you when you open the doors, and we'd like to be there helping you paint the walls. And they sponsored our first exhibition, which was called Chosen Family, and where we commissioned 4 photographers to really just go and show us what the idea of Chosen Family looks like from their perspective and from their friends and families and their communities. And we were planning our second piece of activity where we were going to be putting together a bus that was going to be traveling around the country collecting filmed oral histories. We had the budget signed off, we had the plans being made, we'd sourced the company that was going to be kitting out the bus for us, and then that was around February 2019, and COVID hit, and it turns out that, and actually the important thing here, sorry, what we were planning was going into, not just into the urban centres, but we were going to go out to rural places and villages around the 4 countries of the UK, and we were going to really try and go to places where not only have there very rarely been any sort of LGBT activities or exhibitions, but to actually go into those communities and say, could you share your stories with you? Because we'd like you to be part of our community. But it turns out that taking a bus around the country during a pandemic, sort of super spreader type event, was probably not the greatest idea. And I must admit, at that point, I really thought that this was kind of game over. I thought, okay, well, we've got it so far, but you know, how on earth are we going to get such a young charity through a pandemic and still be intact? But actually, it worked really well for us because we went, in terms of our audience expansion, we went from running events where we were having maybe 200 people coming to speaking events to suddenly we've got 500 people online, and not only that, they were coming back time and time again, and we had a 500 capacity was the maximum that we could have on our Zoom with our Zoom account, and it was full. It was full every time. And what was even better was that I was being able to host events where at the end I wasn't then having to sort of mingle and drink, and by the time you've reached the door you're tipsy, and then you've got a burger on the train and it's 2 hours before you're home. I was able to then go, thank you so much for coming, good night. Dinner? January 2022, we signed a lease, which I was really, again, was a year ahead of where we were expecting on the business plan, but we'd been developing a relationship with Art Fund, who are here today, and their space, that had previously been the House of Illustration in King's Cross, had become available, and they were looking for new tenants, and we put in our pitch, and we got that. And that led to a furious scrambling to try and grow the team from 2 people to 12 people, and also to move the organisation from being what had been a sort of a £65,000 a year organisation to being a £650,000 a year organisation in one move. And whilst doing that, we also had a clause in our lease that said we had to be open to the public in 3 months. We had very little in terms of a collection. We didn't really have a full team. We needed to smarten the place up. We needed to set up a trading subsidiary, open a shop with our own brand of things in it, and also prepare like what were we going to have on the walls. First of all, before we opened, and this is going to be about a 7-minute film, so you might want to buckle up your seatbelts. We had M&C Saatchi said before we opened, I've had this idea. In fact, their chief creative officer called me one weekend, and he said, I can't get this thing out of my head. He said, people go to many museums to see the displays and to be a part of that, but people are going to come to your museum to be seen. I've got a deck. Would you mind if I showed you this deck? And so after we'd spoken and he'd completely sold me on his ideas, we turned the space into a film studio for a day, and they put together an all-queer crew in order to make this film. They did billboard campaigns, they did digital billboards, they made all these different sorts of assets, and they made this film, which I rather like. Oh, sorry, this is the museum, I missed a slide. This is the Art Fund's headquarters. We're on the ground floor in the basement there, but this is the film.
I remember when people at school would say the word queer and it would just be like, they're queer, but like a really bad thing. So I love that we're taking it back, opening a museum with the words.
To have an actual, queer museum is incredible.
I can't believe it's the first one. That's crazy. I mean, if I'd had a place like this to go when I was like 15 or 16, just a place where I felt represented, it would have really validated my experiences. My name is Eldivine, or Liv, and my pronouns are she, her, and I identify as a lesbian.
So my name's Robin Mullis. I identify as a male, and my pronouns are he, him.
My name's Toby Donovan. I am a gay man. You don't learn about queer history in schools. You don't learn about queer history anywhere other than the internet, I guess. So it's really important to have spaces where we can go and see ourselves, yeah.
We deserve that just like anyone else. We deserve a record of our history. We deserve to see our history. I'm Kizzy. My pronouns are they, them. I am non-binary and bisexual.
It's not just where we've been, it's where we are.
I want to learn more about what it means to be me and what's come before me.
It's a wonderful opportunity to actually fill in the gaps in British history. Queer people have always existed. We've always been there.
It's never really been very inclusive queer history, even though we have
queer people that have been pivotal to many moments of history, that's the kind of the part they tend to just tone down.
I'm Sue Sanders and I identify as a lesbian. The difference it would have made to me as a young person in the 60s to know that Virginia Woolf was bisexual, to know about Oscar Wilde, to know about Shakespeare, would have made such a phenomenal difference in my life.
It's not just like non-queer people entering, sort of learning about us, it's ourselves learning about ourselves. I think that's exciting.
All the stories that should have been told, it's amazing that it's a place to finally share them and tell them.
Even now, I occasionally talk to young people, and when I briefly say, well, because where I grew up, it was illegal. What? Illegal? What do you mean? You know, they can't believe that you couldn't be who you were.
The queer people that were in the media, they were either laughed at or ridiculed or mocked, or they were like an idea of what they're meant to be.
There were so many horrible words that were related to being gay and made it seem really bad. You know, anyone that was queer was not right, and for me that really affected me growing up.
The only reason I really knew I was trans is because I saw someone online. That's the only reason I actually figured it out, whereas before I had no one to relate to.
Like, I was the only gay in the village, like literally. I didn't understand what being queer or being gay or anything was, and I pushed it right to the back of my brain.
For a lot of queer people, I think it's sort of learning to find yourself without seeing yourself represented in the media, in culture. And it's allowing yourself the freedom to discover who you are.
I'm Grace, or GK Barry, she/her. When I was at school, if you said you were bi, people would be like, oh, so you like threesomes then? Everyone thinks we're confused. I'm not confused. I know what I want.
I identify predominantly as gay, but my gender expression, while I look quite relatively normally masculine, I actually identify as non-binary and gender fluid. Inside there's a beautiful, very glamorous woman who is the juxtaposition of this rugby playing man who quite likes mud on the outside, and finding the balance of those two energies and feelings within inside of me has just been a wonderful process.
I think for me, how I navigate and showcase my gender expression is I show it through its evolution. You know, it's not static.
And I think if you get to a point where you just accept that you are who you are different, you can live authentically and you can live free. And it's such an amazing feeling to kind of be able to do that. And I hope everyone gets to experience it. Hi, I'm Bimini and I identify as non-binary. I am comfortable with all pronouns, especially bad bitch.
My name is Emily. I'm a working class dyke artist from London.
My name is Kitty Scott Claus and I use the pronouns she, her in drag and he, him out of drag.
My name is Dr. Ranj Singh. I am a queer person of colour and my pronouns are he and him. It's really hard, I think, to develop a sense of identity and a sense of value without seeing people who look like you, who come from places like you, in places of power, in places of privilege and positions where they've done something.
I don't think many people recognise how much bravery it takes to be vulnerable and to speak your truth.
Out on the streets, it's when it's a different situation. That's when you get the stares and people trying to take photos and all the kind of microaggressions that come with expressing yourself, or being visibly queer, I guess.
I have the legal right to marry a woman now, but can I walk down the street holding her hand and not look over my shoulder? I'm not quite so sure.
It's vulnerable and it's scary, but I think it's really important when you see people walk down the street and their eyes get a bit wider, and knowing that in some way, like, you've shown them new avenues, new possibilities.
I'm perfectly happy being gay. It's everybody else is the problem.
For me, visibility has always been important. Representation is important because often queer people of colour don't get that front seat.
We have been invisibilised. We have been told that we need to change, that we don't exist. So it's an absolute joy. It's so, how can I say, it just provokes so much joy to have our life witnessed like this.
I think this notion of being seen is a very valid one.
To be seen proudly as a gay man now in the 21st century is a huge personal breakthrough. That visibility might cause something positive to happen for somebody else, so I'm delighted now.
For me, Queer Britain is everything. As someone who's a migrant and so many times an outsider, it's wonderful to have a place that says, welcome, you belong here.
It's wonderful to be seen.
It's powerful to be seen.
Validating.
Liberating.
Life-changing.
Essential.
Radical.
Life-affirming.
Fabulous.
Can I use an Indian word? It feels shandar to be seen.
It's euphoric to be seen.
What's a synonym for wonderful?
It's fabulous to be seen.
It's glorious to be seen. That was camp. Love that one.
I liked it for it.
Well, it's about bloody time to be seen.
Now, I'm aware I'm also running out of time, so I'm going to gallop through this next bit. But really important to build our in-house community, and we created our front of house team. We called our welcome team because every single person who comes through the door is greeted by somebody, and the person that comes to us, they may not have stepped into any queer space before, and they often are feeling nervous. And so we always welcome people in. And here we have a mixture of trustees, like Lisa Power here, who was involved in the 2005 attempt at starting a museum. And Lynn here, who has been my rock through this last sort of 7 or 8 years. Our front of house team, and the lovely Dan Vo, who I'm sure many of you will know from his museum work across the sector. These are the engine rooms. These are the engine rooms. These are the people that keep the doors open and keep it meaningful and passionate and beautiful, and they care so much about what they've done here. And actually, some of them, I'm ashamed to say, have taken pay cuts to be able to come and join the organisation because they were so passionate about it. And while we're working to make sure that everybody gets paid well, we have to start somewhere. We've had 80,000 people through the door since we opened in that first 2 years. We always wanted to be a beacon internationally for people who may live in regimes where things are not so comfortable for them. And you'll quite often find a team member in tears in front of this board, just to give you some explanation. This is a board of metal hexagons that people can write messages on, and they answer the question, why is it important to be seen? And the first one I read said, I finally understand my gay son, thank you. And then we've had messages from Beirut, from Iraq, from Iran, from Russia, from Palestine, from Israel. All of them saying that same thing about how thankful they are that there is a space where they can encounter their own heritage and that they can see that change can be made as well. Importantly, and I know that this is something that's not always comfortable for museums and activists to deal with, but our corporate communities have been massively important to us. They have been the people who have given us legs, and they have supported us every step of the way. And the important thing to remember is not only can we not do this without them, but really all the companies are is a collection of individuals. And I think people get quite scared about the idea of approaching companies because they see them as sort of monolithic, slightly evil corporations, and some of them are. But if you choose the right ones, then you have a group of individuals who actually genuinely want to support, and they want to make change in the world, and they want to be part of your community. So we talk to them like individuals. And then our volunteer community. We have about 120 people volunteering for us on a regular basis. Again, they allow us to keep the doors open, they welcome people in. We literally could not do this without them. And that also extends to our boards and the various advisors who support us. Now, I was told that there were some top tips was always good as a final slide. So all of this is going to be like teaching your grandmother to suck eggs for everybody in this room, I'm sure. But I think it's just important that we remember that any museum is an interdependent set of communities. Many people straddle different communities, and all of these communities need feeding. They all need you to talk to them as yourself, so you can adjust your messaging, but you can always just be yourself within that. Celebrate your volunteers, because they're absolutely your backbone. We do everything we can to throw events for them. We just had a picnic for them last week. We try and make sure that they feel part of what we're doing and that they understand that they're our backbone. And just remember that you and your team, you're all part of all of these communities at some level. So, you know, there is no us and them. There is only us. And that ends with, except for with one thing, which is that I've been working on this project for 7 years, and I've been working on this at startup mode for the last 7 years. And I've now realized as well that rather than having a campaigning co-founder at its head, that actually it's time for me to go and find a new set of communities as well. So I'm also in the process of looking for a successor, and this feels like a good place to make sure that people have checked out that there's going to be a job coming up soon. I'm a big believer in leaving when you're still wanted, and I remember speaking to my mentor before I started this, having worked for somebody who had founder syndrome previously and seeing how toxic that can be and how they have to have their fingers prized off something. But I so love what we've created, and I so love the communities that we've built around us and that have come to us. I so love the team, and I so love what we've achieved, that I now think it's time for somebody else to have a go, and that it's time for me to stand back while they still want me, rather. And I found that when I spoke to all the trustees and the donors, rather than going, thank God, they all said, is there anything we can do to keep you? And are you okay? And the answer was no and yes, I am actually. But and so thank you. I don't know if have I got time for questions? I think I've got time for. Yeah, I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'd be more than happy to answer. Although I'm not taking CVs today.
Thank you, Joseph. That was absolutely inspiring.
Oh, thank you.
Having built a border history museum many years ago with absolutely nothing but an empty building, you've done it perfectly. I'm full of admiration for you. But I loved, sorry, I'm Hilary McGowan. I'm a governance consultant and a trustee. And I loved what you said about your welcome team, because almost everyone in this room is doing some sort of audience development. And it's not just your museum where people are arriving thinking, I've never been in a queer space. That actually applies to almost everybody who's not a normal museum goer. And I think we could all take that thought away with us and improve our welcome every day. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, that's beautiful. And actually, if I can magnify that as well, where we've recognized that there are communities that actually may not cross the threshold of any museum, let alone a queer museum. So we've actually had our first piece of Arts Council funding to create a set of residencies for underrepresented communities, artistic residencies, and we very purposely started with the first one being Gypsy and Roma traveling communities, who have been so, seem to be one of the last communities that people don't even notice that they're being racist about them. So we thought that if we could have them create a display where they are centered in our space, we also hope that, and we've invited them in and given them resource, that other communities who don't feel they're represented will see that and then go, oh, maybe this is a home for us as well. Thank you for your kind comments. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Sarah and I'm at Beckar Museum in Pickering and I'm a collections officer, and I really wanted to ask you, have you got a permanent collection? Do you collect? Do you have stores? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we've been very lucky. So the Bishopsgate Institute very early on very kindly gave us the facilities to be able to collect. So they sort of stepped into the breach initially. So we've been collecting a little bit, sort of passively since 2018. And now more actively, now that we have a really sort of top-class head of collections who is creating all of the sort of policies. We've got some amazing stuff. In fact, I was talking to Nathaniel here earlier about a sculpture we've just been given of Radcliffe Hall by her partner, given to us by their godson. And so, yeah, wouldn't be a museum without it.
Hi, Helen from the Jewish Museum again.
Hey.
Hi. Has there been a particular or significant, I don't want to say the word mistake, but learning curve through setting this up?
Where to begin? I'm sure. I mean, yeah, I think we make mistakes. We make mistakes every day. I remember the most terrifying moment, and it was after the Café Royal event, and it was we had a big piece of news, the first piece of press, and it was with BuzzFeed, and I'd had an interview with them and they'd taken some pictures. When I came up in my own news feed the next day, which was a terrifying thing to have happen, the headline that they'd chosen was, "This man is opening the world's largest LGBTQ+ museum," and I remember immediately thinking, oh my God, I know how this looks. It's like this man and the sort of like the mad chutzpah sort of behind it. That caused a little bit of activist discomfort, should we say. And actually it was, I went into a kind of a bit of a panic there, and I was like, oh my God, like, yeah, right, who do I think I am? Who do I think I am? And it was actually Lisa Power, who was one of the co-founders of Stonewall, who had been working on the earlier museum project and who is one of our trustees. I'm very proud to call a friend, one of the most important activists in the country. And she sat me down and she was like, well, let me tell you who this man is, shall we? Often there's accidents of exclusion where we've missed somebody out. I know there was one particular moment where I stumbled on accidentally excluding a disability activist from our list, who then found out through social media that an event that she was expecting to be invited to hadn't been. It was a complete oversight, but I could completely see why she was so upset. But those kind of things, a lot of it is about the speed with which you're acting as well, and you drop China occasionally.
Thank you. Hiya, I spoke to you
Hello.
earlier.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm Liz, I'm from the Stourbridge Glass Museum. But I mentioned, I think to you earlier, that I'd also been doing my placement at New Art Gallery Warsaw.
Yeah.
And we were recently developing an exhibition around anti-ableism and kind of drawing, like highlighting these kind of, I guess, almost overlooked stories within the collection at the gallery, and how you can bring out those stories about things, objects that maybe weren't initially telling those stories, essentially. And so firstly, I wanted to just say that on our visit to kind of learn more about accessibility and including voices in collections, we found our visit to Queer Britain really, really inspiring, really helpful. We wanted to just take those the hexagon signs back to the gallery. So we were thinking of ways to encourage voices, I guess, in the gallery space. And so I wanted to say it's really good for that. And also I wanted to ask, because you were talking about how, I think saying it's, people come to the Queer Britain to be seen rather than to look at things just in itself, and I think that was really poignant. And I wanted to kind of just raise the kind of question of how have you ever kind of faced any barriers to bringing voices into Queer Britain and bringing, I guess, you know, you're trying to include communities in a gallery space, and sometimes you obviously need to be able to access those communities to bring their voices in. And I was wondering if you ever face barriers to that and how you've overcome them. For example, if you don't have people in those communities working with at your gallery, for example.
Yeah, and I think that was all, you know, what we've found is that partnership work is the thing that's really important. You know, we can't just helicopter in and expect people to trust us with their stories, and you know, so for example, with the Travellers Residency, you know, we went and we worked with Travellers Pride in order to, so we engaged with the organisation that works with those communities in order to then understand how to work with them. Right? So it's that trust building, isn't it? And again, I'm sure we get it wrong as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much to Joseph. That was such an inspirational talk, and I really loved how we started getting on to discussing intersectionality and the ways that things are going to grow, and obviously lovely job opportunities coming up as well, so that's fantastic. We're going to move on to our next session now, so I'm going to hand back to Paul, and we will go into the next session. So thank you again to Joseph. Thank you.
So the next session is a panel discussion, so we'll come on stage. Hello. Yes, and we've got two of the same, yeah. Okay, so this is sorry, for those of you who didn't see me earlier, my name is Paul Belford. I'm the chair of the Black Country Living Museum here, and I've been asked to chair, in a fairly chaotic way, I suspect, a panel discussion about community. And this session is one of two bookends to the conference. Both sessions will explore and reflect on some of the conference themes. And so this is going to be a panel discussion with an interactive Q&A with you guys here in the room, and also with the people on the internet beyond us. And it's a chance for you to hear the views of these people who are members of the AIM board, a select group, and also for them to hear the views of the membership, actually, and to have a dialogue, really. So I hope we can do that. Before I start, I have to, I'm afraid I've been obliged to mention and thank the conference sponsors. So that's Bloomberg Connects, the prime sponsor, obviously the Black Country Living Museum, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. And also, I think it's well worth saying there's a really interesting expo outside with lots of interesting stands and stuff going on there. So please, you know, when you finally do get a tea break, go out and engage with them. And I think, as has already been mentioned, but just to reiterate, you know, on your preferred social media platform, I don't think anyone uses X nowadays, but if your social media platform supports hashtags, then please use the hashtag AIMConference2024. So here we are, and this session follows on from a session that we ran at the AIM conference last year, which was a great success, and we've made it. We've taken on board some of the feedback from last year, so this is a slightly smaller panel, mainly just because we have a slightly smaller stage, so they can all fit on the stage, but also so we can perhaps go into some of the issues or hear a little bit more from colleagues in a bit more depth. And as I said, this is the first of two bookends of the conference, and the theme of the session is identifying and engaging with the your museum's community. And I suppose what we might think of what is a community, or indeed what are the communities? And we've heard very interesting thoughts on that from Joseph just now, actually, about the many different intersecting communities. And these are communities we all have in and around, and both around our museums. Of course, we want to hear the panelists' own views and ideas, and we will also react to comments that you delegates shared when you booked tickets. So we've got a long list of comments which we can draw on as well. And many thanks, actually, to everyone who responded. And as I say, there'll be time to give views today from the floor. This sounds very weird to me, but okay. And I hope we can have a real dialogue, basically. So that's what we're going for. So I'll kick off. I've introduced myself. I've talked enough now. And so we'll go along the row. Let's start in the blue corner, if we may. And I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves. And as you do, can you please come up with one word explaining what the phrase museum community means to you?
Yeah. Well, I think you all know who I am, Rhiannon from Historic Royal Palaces and Deputy Chair. For me, I think the one word that I've chosen is sustainable. Our museum communities are what make our museums sustainable. Without them and their support, we wouldn't be here. So for me, sustaining that and being part of it, both internally and externally, is what communities is all about.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Sarah Duthie. I look after external affairs at the Museum of London. My word that I chose was enlightening, actually, on both sides of the table, I think. As a team of museum professionals, being enlightened by what communities can bring to us, but also helping to enlighten communities about the resources that are available to them as well. So that's my word.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sajida. I'm one of the directors for Creative Black Country, which is a Creative People and Places programmes funded by Arts Council. And I do just want to give a shout out to BCLM as well, because they're on our consortia partnership alongside Multi-Story and Black Country Touring as well. It is a brilliant consortia partnership, and it's all about people and communities being at the heart of what happens creatively in the Black Country. I'm going to say unpredictable, just because it can get quite messy as well, in the nicest possible way, and that's why I think it can be quite unpredictable, and we'll talk more in a bit.
Hello. Oh. Hi, I'm Liz Power. After 20-odd years in museums, I'm now the director of a heritage building charity. What does community mean? I chose the word family. The families that we serve, the families that we don't see because we're always with our colleagues who start to feel like our families, and the family feeling and environment we want to create in our museums that make people feel welcome and at home.
Hi, I'm Nathaniel Hepburn, Director of Charleston in Sussex. The word I chose was changing, and I think that's, as an organisation, we're moving from being a seasonal heritage tourism site to a year-round cultural centre working across disciplines. So from an audience perspective, our communities are changing. But building on kind of Joseph's sense of what our community are, our wider stakeholders and our funders and our local business partners are all changing significantly. So change is my word.
Excellent. Well, there's some interesting words to grapple with there. One thing that Joseph introduced, which is going to take me off piece straight away, is the question of the community of accountability, which I found a very interesting concept, actually. And I wonder, Nathaniel, if that was something that you resonated with you, and you might be able to sort of touch on, a bit on that. If you're changing, you know, how are you holding yourselves or being held accountable for those changes?
Yeah, I was hoping to be able to reflect on that. It's one of the things I've written down from Joseph's talk, but now I'm going to have to reflect live to 200 people and others online. I think one of the challenges of change is your stakeholders, and there can be a very vocal minority in your community that doesn't want change, and finding and cultivating new communities that will give you the support and bolster your ambition and kind of give you that energy when you need it is super important. And I have always felt that one of the most important and most lovely parts of working in museums is the community of the museum sector. And that's not a closed community, it's an always evolving community, and but it's a very generous community. And there are always people out there who have gone through difficult moments in their organisation and who will be very generous in supporting you in that change. So I think they probably will hold you accountable as well when you get things wrong, or probably just give you comfort and say, yeah, we know, we all get things wrong. But I think finding new communities as you're changing is super important, and making sure that you keep in perspective the vocal mind.
Sustainability, I mean, is that something, again, the idea
It's not. and dropping them again. That's what makes it sustainable. Sorry, Sajida.
Yeah, riffing is really good, and connecting all the dots. I think looking back at how Creative People and Places has evolved, I think all the words are different, but actually the ingredients are the same about kind of trust and you know, when you start to build links with your communities, don't overpromise. And I just feel like sometimes that happens because so many things happen internally that you don't have control over. So what do you do? We'll keep having we would keep having a conversation with people that we're working with. I do still remember my kind of first project working Wolverhampton Museum Services. The very first day, a group didn't turn up, and I was given a piece of chocolate by a member of staff because they could see my face. That it was the fact that I think I just expected, and this was 20 years ago now, that I expected them to kind of come along and we'll do a go and see it somewhere in Birmingham. But actually, all of that takes so long to build trust. So that's something that I think is and just kind of being out there, being visible, having lots of cups of tea as well. So kind of go where your audience is, I think.
I think as well, using the communities that you're working with. So your staff and volunteers have connections with people that you might not necessarily have within yourselves as well. So I think learning from the people that are immediately close to you is something that is sometimes too obvious for us to take advantage of, really. I think there's a great deal to learn about that, and certainly the conversations around inclusion over the last few years have very much come from, or started from within our places of work, I think, and then extended maybe outside into the work that we're doing. But looking closer to home sometimes can really help you be connected in places you weren't expecting.
Yes, and I think one of the successes, if I can just blow our own trumpet here a little bit, that we had in the new development that we're coming to the end of, was having this shout out to local communities for memories and stories and things that they could bring to the museum that we could then feature in these new sort of post-war areas. And that was really helpful way, not just of getting stories and stuff, but actually of building a dialogue, or starting to build a dialogue and an engagement with those communities that I hope will be quite sustainable and long-lasting. Nathaniel?
I want to pick up and maybe throw a bit of a challenge to us all, that issue of longevity. I know in the past when we were doing our community and learning programs, we'd get a bit of funding, we'd go to a community group, we'd do some art at them for a bit, ask them to fill in an evaluation form, and then never go back, because our next pot of money came along and needed us to look at a different group. And that's obviously massively problematic, and we can all see that. Another kind of anecdote which I think plays a similar challenge is when I joined Charleston as director and introduced myself to some volunteers, and I said I'm the director, and they said, no, you're the current director. And building trust with our communities does take time, and how long are any of us in any one job? I'm not going to do a straw poll around the room, that's not my place to, but it is their home, it is their organisation, and you are just passing through. So how can you build that trust? Because so often we meet and go out to communities and we kind of show that we are committed, but we're not as committed as they are. And I think that's a real challenge that we do need to address and think about, and I haven't got the answers to, but it's something I reflect on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how many projects have we done in the past where it's like short-term funding and then the person's moved on as well? So I think, if there was a funder out there who could actually fund long-term projects with the same amount of money, I think that would help us a lot to kind of think through more long-term, how do we build that trust with local communities. But I also did want to just share a few things from the list of things that kind of came through. It's a massive list, and it's really, really lovely words in here. Everything that matters is absolutely key. A supportive club, and the world. I mean, these phrases, I think I just get a bit, it's just amazing that we've got this in the room. I can't think of anything else to say about that right now, but yeah.
But that's passion, isn't it, really,
Yeah.
I think, in a way.
Just kind of following up about that kind of project funding, and I am available for an absolutely enormous rant about project funding of community projects. See me later. Well, I could rant it now, but quite a lot of you have heard it before. But it's really, it's so problematic, and all the evidence show it actually damages the communities that you are setting out to improve the lives and well-being of, and you do exactly the opposite when you pick people up and dump them at the end. And one of the things that I was really pleased, I sat on my first ever grant panel with AIM, which was really excited, and it was the Connecting Communities group, and I got to make my rant live because it's still project funding, and so I had that rant, and then Lisa calmed me down, and then was like, well, you know, you could be on this panel, you can make a difference. And the fact that a proportion of that funding had to be about legacy, and we were pushing back to applicants and saying, not enough legacy thought, you haven't thought about this, how are you going to carry this on? You can't do this to these people. You can't drop it up, you can't pick them up and drop them. Like, what is the plan here? And oh, it felt great. It felt so good to actually be able, we know it's a problem, and what we really have to do is think about what we're going to, how we're going to solve it. Like, I've been to too many conferences and complained, and it felt really good to be on the other side, actually pushing for solutions to a problem that this funding model creates. And so I suppose a challenge to us all is how are we going to push back to the funders and speak to the funders? They know it's wrong as well. So how are we going to make them think about legacy, think about longevity, think about that long-term funding and that deep work that we should be doing with communities? Rant over till later. Thank you.
Very good.
One of the it's always a challenge to keep that legacy, of course, and I think thinking about what we can do with volunteers as well, and lived experience is so important within your internal community to make sure that you are still reaching out to those external communities as well. And I think having that lived experience is something you can do particularly through volunteer program as well. And Joseph was talking about the importance of working in partnership, and I think that's really critical to think about how you can work in partnership with different organisations to perhaps think about how you might grow your volunteer community. When I was at Greenwich at the Old Royal Naval College, we did that really successfully with members of the community who had sight loss. We worked with Vocalise, who were astonishing in their support, and we had long-term volunteers there who really helped us with our interpretation, but as well as the project we were working on, they stayed on with us. So we continue to have that expertise. We also work with people from ESOL, and being on the site of the University of Greenwich as well, we were also able to engage 18 to 25-year-olds, which is really hard for someone who's not 25 to understand what those communities need. So thinking about that long-term partnership opportunity and continuing to gauge those areas is really important to make sure you are relevant to these communities going forward.
Yeah, I was just going to sort of add to that really about how integrating that community into your kind of museum's core work is so important. And I was thinking about the example at Hampton Court where we invited in the Southeast Asian community to talk about and help us present an untold story at Hampton Court, which is about the Indian Army. And that's been an amazing project because it's been led by the community, not by us and our curators. And the outcome of it is different than we would have probably imagined ourselves. And it's formed that long-lasting partnership and a legacy that will stay. But it's about sort of letting go a little bit and stepping into the unknown, because if you hand that power over, which we should be doing to our communities, the outcome is not going to be what you expect it's going to be. And that can be a little bit scary. But the outcome is generally, as long as you work together well, it's going to be something fantastic and that will bring in that audience for you without you having to sort of impose it on a community group. And I think that model of handing the power over and allowing that sort of project to work with that community is an interesting one that I think is worth exploring a little bit as we go forward.
I'm going to reflect back to the conversation about project funding, but also to Joseph's talk again, because I'm still staring at my list of things I've written down. At AIM Conference, we like a keynote that challenges the sector a little bit and pushes our thinking. And I could hear that the kind of heart stopped when you talked about corporate sponsors. And not just that you talked about them, you listed them very high on your list of communities. And whether you are working with corporate funders or public funders or philanthropists, your community of funders is super important to your delivery of impact. And maybe we should all take away the fact that they are part of the sector, they are part of our community, they are our colleagues and our allies, and they are doing it for the same reasons. And yes, we can rant later, but not in front of the funders. But actually they are, all right, but they are trying to deal with the same problems, and I think there is a change in philanthropy, and there is a change in how we deliver our impact together with our funders that feels different from how it was 5 to 10 years ago, and I'm listing my funders higher up on my list of communities as a result.
Okay, go on.
You're seeing a live board disagreement here. I think we should rant in front of the funders. One of the most powerful things I've been to was the National Museum Directors Conference, COP, which was all about climate, see me later, and one of the most amazing sessions there was a group of funders, and they were there to listen to the problems and the issues, and they were literally there saying, well, we could change our funding streams. And we're like, you could? And they're like, well, yes, if you tell us what you want, we can evolve. And that's why we should do the ranting in front of them, because they should be part of the conversation and part of the community. So we shouldn't treat them like they're fragile, because they're not. They want to help. We should be talking to them. We should be involving them in the conversations. So we disagree politely.
You could have your own conference, actually. I mean, just carry on. But I mean, do you think that reflects a lack of self-confidence or a certain degree of insecurity in the museum community itself, maybe?
I mean, we need money, right? We really, really need money. And I think we forget that it's okay to need money but not take every bit of money. You know, we as a board were talking about fundraising yesterday, and the difficult thing when you have to say no because the money's not right. How horrible is that? Because you kind of start off thinking every bit of money is right, and then of course it's not. And that's why sometimes I think we're a bit nervous about discussing openly that sometimes the funding is not right. But the better relationship you build with your corporate funders, anybody who's going to support you financially, then the better they know what you need, the less that will occur, I think.
I just wanted to pick, I'm not going to do a rant, but I just wanted to pick up following from Sarah about stakeholders and relationships. Something that's might be worth considering is, if you haven't already, is linking in with your local voluntary council. We have 4 on a consortia board, and they are a fountain of knowledge. We've got access to thousands of community groups, and they will have the intel as well, because I think we've all been guilty of starting to map things as well and doing commissioning research, and actually half the time somebody's already done that piece of research as well. So the voluntary councils, alongside the other MPOs, they've been an absolute godsend. When we started up, we were new kids on the block, so having those your board and your contacts, and kind of what you were saying about working with who's next to you as well.
Yeah, I just wonder whether, as well, it's about museums talking to each other about who their communities are and who they're using and who's interested. It might not be right for your museum, but it might be right for the next one along. I'm not sure that we talk as a group very much about who we are targeting and why, and whether a little bit more sort of discussion about that, and partnership working might be useful. Maybe it's just because I come from such a large organisation that we sort of stand alone and don't do things together, but I think we probably should.
Well, this conference is the perfect opportunity to do that, and I think often, I mean, it'd be interested to hear your views actually. I mean, we've touched on it a little bit, but often when we talk about communities, we think of communities of place first and foremost, but actually, again, as Joseph showed and as many of you have alluded to, often there are communities of interest which transcend place. So I don't know if we need to even reframe the conversation that we have about communities. I don't know if other panelists want to, I mean, again, Rhiannon, if you wanted to agree or disagree with that. I mean,
no, I think it'd be a really interesting discussion to have, actually. I mean, I'm not sure I know whether we should reframe it, but it feels like there is a bit of a consensus here that things aren't quite where they could be, and that if we all came together and talked about it a bit more, we could maybe change some models of funding and start to think more holistically about how, as a group of museums, a community of museums, we could do something a bit different. So, yeah, intriguing.
So you think strengthening the community of museums as well, in fact, our own internal
I do.
community.
I mean, this is what this conference is all about, isn't it? It's about communities and this community in the room. We've got so many new delegates. We've got people who've been here for many years, who've come again and again to conference. So it is a really strong, ever-changing community that we all need to lean on and get better at talking to each other, I think.
I think often in the past, I have been a community engagement officer, and we were the short-term funded people there to deliver a funded project. So we ourselves were not a full member of the museum. We were all the person on the sides that would come and go, and there was a certain kind of, and you'll be off. And then maybe community engagement moved a bit closer in, and you maybe have something amazing called like a contract. And you wouldn't just be you and some freelancers, and actually it would move more centrally. One of the things I loved about running a tiny, utterly bonkers industrial museum is we were the community. There was no community engagement department. Everybody was the community engagement department. Didn't matter if you were cleaning the toilets, me, running the cafe, me, or sorting out the collections. That's what we were. And for those of you who are in small and micro museums, that is what you are, right? You are the community. And so, yes, there's wider communities. That was industrial history, so there's a massive bunch of enthusiasts who love that stuff. But actually, I loved being there for the people who lived in the road next door and the council estate behind. And that locality of community engagement. But I felt it more in a museum with 6 staff than I felt it in one of 600.
Closer to that, closer to the action, aren't you?
I was thinking about making sure that we are able to tell the stories of the communities that we're building as well. So there's something about really proving about the impact that we're making for communities around us. And I think just evaluation is something that comes up often, but I think the long-term nature of that evaluation, I've been looking through some reports recently and I saw so many numbers in there. But what I didn't really see enough of was the stories behind what's the real impact that you've made with these people and the long-term effect that you have with that. And actually, as museums, often we bring people together who would never normally talk together, and there's the opportunity for them to create their own communities that then creates their own support networks, for example. And I think sometimes the impact of the work that we're doing in community work and our community engagement work is so much further than the museum space, isn't it? And I wonder sometimes if we are really good at continue our evaluation a little bit further, maybe to think about what's the long-term impact in that and how have we really made that difference to people in those communities. And I'd love us to get more storytelling sometimes in our reporting as well, so that we understand the communities we're creating, sometimes unintentionally.
Measuring long-term impact is hard. It's hard. It isn't easy, is it? I mean, that's part of the problem. Maybe that's where we need to come together and think as a sector how we can do that more effectively, because it isn't easy. No.
Yeah.
Because the money usually comes to an end and the project's moved on, and then you've got to move on to the next thing. But I think, again, the Creative People and Places, a lot of the projects have been around nearly 10 years, and something that we've been thinking about is like the stories of impact now, like where are those groups, people that we worked with from day one, where are they now? Have they been able to carry on something creative and give back, or actually do we not do quite the job right? But, you know, our birthday's next year, so, yeah.
I mean, what you really want is a long-term, like a 7-Up kind of project, don't you, where you've kind of got 50, 60 years of data. And again, going back to what Joseph said, you know, people walking in at you know, 16 and changing their lives. Sorry, go on.
I think some museums in the room have probably got that. Who's got a volunteer who started coming as a kid and now they're in their 70s? Yeah. I think particularly in our smallest organisations, we see that and feel that. Sometimes they end up as staff, which is lovely as well. Those people who walked through the door and have always been involved in that museum down the road that they consider their own, and they're usually the ones that tell you you're the director for now.
So if that information exists in the sector, then and we feel, or at least this panel feels, and the room they haven't come up and, you know, with pitchforks, so they must broadly agree that we need to rethink the relationship with funders. Is it then up to us as a sector, as a group, as a community, to set our own hoops to jump through in that sense, and in terms of long-term funding and long-term aspirations for developing people in the community at large?
I'd say yes, and I'd say the elephant in the lovely room here's a big room, there's a big elephant, which is a lot of these organisations who have that deep community engagement can't tell you if they're going to be there in 3 years' time, because they feel so financially insecure. So it's very, very difficult to kind of envision that kind of collective thinking and challenge forward. Lots of people are working so hard to keep the lights on, and I don't think we should overlook that.
No, absolutely. Well, no, that's all right. We can throw it open to the room now.
Sorry.
That's all right. Don't be gloomy. I'd be very interested to hear from this sea of faces in front of us if any of the points that we've touched on or talked about. I'm sure Hilary's got something to say. And there is a hand at the back of the room, actually. Oh no.
Hello there. In the good spirits of challenging what we hear, I wanted to pick up on that dynamic of disagreement between Nathaniel and Liz when we talk about corporates and whether, you know, we say what we mean in front of funders. So let me throw in something else. What about oil corporates, BP, Shell, dare I enter that? Be interesting to hear from both of you, but obviously the whole panel too, on top of what you said previously.
Ethics, hey? Certainly in the day for ethics. I think that you should have a very clear idea as an organisation of what your mission and your values are, and you should look at all funding that is offered, and you should consider why they are offering to you, what they are hoping to gain from it, and does it match your mission as an organisation. And if for some organisations oil money is offered and the answer to them is yes, good luck to them. I think for a vast majority the answer would have to be no, because I don't think in a world where we're in a climate emergency, personally, I don't think that should be mixing with the ethics of organisations who are focused on people and well-being, when the biggest threat to our community's well-being and their happiness is the climate emergency coming down the road. So I have quite strong views on that. I mean, subtle but strong views. I understand why it's challenging, but you should know yourself as an organisation. That would be my response. Great
Okay.
question.
Good, and a good answer. But now it's Nathaniel's turn.
I'm not going to get a round of applause, am I? I think absolutely have a very strong set of values in your organisation, and whatever you do, live by your values, live by them in your recruitment, live by them in your conduct, live by them in your partnerships. I think my broader sense around funding is it is much more worth you spending time working alongside a smaller group of funders that share your values and your vision than chasing multiple funders. And that is hard to see other people getting funding from one place and think, well, maybe I should go for them. But actually building relationships with your funders, whether they're corporates, public or philanthropic, does pay dividends, and you can build trust in a longer term strategy. I mean, one of the ways that we came out of the loop of project funding around our learning and community engagement was a local family that I told this story to, and they said, well, what's the answer? And I said, the answer is I appoint a head of community engagement or learning and participation without a strategy. And it is their job to spend 1 year, maybe 2 years, doing deep consultation to inform a strategy. And then we will only do the things in that strategy. And I'm very lucky that those people said, okay, we will fund that post for 3 years without a strategy. And that was my funding application, and that was built on trust, built entirely on 10 years of working with those people and them seeing that we follow through on our commitments, and we say the difficult stuff in front of our funders, and we kind of explain and take them on that journey. So that's my broader sense. A smaller number of people that you can really take on a journey is probably worth it. I'd say on the issue of ethics, it is super difficult and nuanced, and reputational risk is as much a part of the story as values. I don't know how much the Baillie Gifford issue is kind of aware in this room. If you have literary festivals, it's very much out there. And that's an issue of reputation and your community of artists and authors as much as it is really an issue about where you take your funding from. So it is super difficult and super nuanced. And who here has ever taken any sponsorship from an alcohol, like a local brewery or a local gin manufacturer? Is that ethically okay? I don't know, but it's socially acceptable, so that's fine.
Any more thoughts on this from the panel?
No, I think they covered it.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we'll go back to the floor. There's somebody online. We have an online question.
Yes, we've got a question online from Anne Lee, which is NCVO reports a large drop in volunteer numbers. How do you recruit and retain the numbers you need?
Okay, who wants to take that on? You go on.
Shall I? It's really tricky. We're all still trying to recover numbers of volunteers. Lots of people are doing that, and I think there's something about really thinking about it sounds obvious, but what are the items that you can really give to volunteers to think about? What are you giving to your communities as well? What are you working in partnership with people that really helps to understand what the needs of people in your community perhaps want, and how can you answer that through volunteering? So one of the things that has been happening at the Museum of London fairly recently is really thinking about working with young people and really supporting young people into thinking about what their life experiences are, that their opportunities for going into work, that sort of thing. So there's a potential there to develop a volunteering program specifically for young people, where the opportunity might only be with you for a year, because what you want is for them to not volunteer with you for so long, because they will go out and get jobs in different places because they've built that confidence and those skills with you. So that's fantastic. So I think about thinking about how you can broaden maybe traditional volunteering things and think about maybe not volunteers staying with you for 3 to 5 years, but what does it look like if people are staying with you for 1 to 2 years and are developing skills, for example? I think changing the way we're maybe thinking about volunteering might be more relevant for communities that we're trying to attract at the moment. And we're here to do good for other people as well, aren't we? It's not just about what we can learn from our communities, it's what we're actually putting out there into the people that live around us as well.
Thank you.
I was just going to add about retaining something that you alluded to about doing picnics and looking after the volunteers. I think it's just kind of thinking about, is there real capacity in the team to look after the volunteers? Remembering that there's special days, and because half the time we get so caught up in bringing volunteers on for a big project, but then it's the afterwards, and we end up kind of I can't think of the word. You end up destroying the relationships you have with volunteers. So it's just kind of thinking about capacity.
And sorry, I'll come to you. I mean, this is another example of where individual organisations may not have capacity, but collectively, and if you're thinking of a structured, continuing learning journey for an individual, then they may pass through several museums on the course of gaining that qualification or gaining that experience that takes them in a particular direction. And so perhaps it is more up to us as a museum community, again to use that word, all the people in this swimming pool, to work together to develop structured programs. Anyway, sorry.
No, leading on from that really nicely, I think a lot of the challenges that are barriers to volunteering are also coming from society as a whole. They're coming with the health of the people in our communities. They are coming through that ever-extending retirement age. They are coming through the fact that the cost of living means that people have got more than one job. The side hustle has to pay because it needs to support the family finances. So AIM and others within the museum sector, we need to be part of the conversations about health and well-being and economies and budgets. We need to be there advocating for things that ease the pressure that makes volunteer something that is an option in people's lives, because I don't think people care less. I just think life's really hard for a lot of people, and we need to be part of the society that is also making and enhancing people's lives so they have space to enjoy their downtime, enjoy their rest time, enjoy their family, and to have space to volunteer. And also get companies to let them out on day release. It's really that simple. Thank you. More ranting, sorry.
There's a good rant. Do you want to have more?
I thought we'd come up with the answer. Wasn't it national service for 18-year-olds?
I'm not even going to go there. But handily, someone on the floor has raised their hand in the blue shirt there.
Thanks. Jenny Cousins, Food Museum. Just a little challenge to something that you were saying. And a bit of a shout out for project funding in a short-term sense as well as a long-term sense, because not everybody who gets involved in a museum wants a marriage. And I don't think it's realistic for us to think that every single interaction should result in that kind of continuity of involvement, because if we did that, we would never work with other people as well. I think it's worth remembering that it's individuals that you're engaging with, and they're going through stages of life, and you don't want necessarily for that relationship to continue forever and ever and ever and ever and ever on both sides sometimes. So yeah, I think we shouldn't always see success in legacy as being that kind of continuity. Sometimes it is more of a CBT approach where you're doing a kind of short, sharp shock and moving on to someone else so that other people get to experience it. We've done a lot of social prescribing work, and one of the ways that we found that has worked very successfully with people is a 10-week course or a 12-week course that they can renew sometimes, but it means that they feel more able to engage with that because they're not making that long-term commitment, and they are then able to move on.
Thank you, that's very good. Go on, Rhiannon.
Yeah, that actually, I know I was a proponent of the long-term legacy, but you've really made me think about that. And I think one of the things about volunteering as well is we're talking a lot about how it should be, but what do the volunteers want to get from us? And why is it that they're volunteering with us, because it might not be to have that long-term relationship, like you say. It might be to gain skills. I mean, I've already met someone this morning who's doing their MA and is volunteering in a number of different places, which is fantastic. But that's a specific reason for volunteering, isn't it? And I sometimes wonder whether, when we talk about volunteering, we talk about it in a kind of mass sense, don't we? And volunteers are just as nuanced as every community, and we need to remember that and think about how we're sort of chunking that up. And yeah, I think that's a very good challenge, and one for us to definitely take on board.
Thanks, Jenny. Yeah, I was just thinking about it's all about balance and kind of managing people's expectations, because you're dead right. It's just like, who wants to, sign their life away to a project? It's just kind of being clear about the outcomes for something, or some of the projects that we do in Creative Black Country, they are quite long term, but there are some that are kind of bound by certain conditions as well. But I think for me, it's having the right balance, just being really clear at the outset. But you're dead right. Thanks.
I was just going to add that I think one way we could increase volunteering is to normalising leaving volunteering, and actually really celebrate somebody who's put in 6 months really hard volunteering with you, and that's an absolute triumph, and that you could join up to volunteer something knowing there would be an out and you can move on. And I think I am completely terrified by signing up for the rest of my days to do something because I changed my mind, and that would be very socially awkward, so maybe I won't do it in the first place. And so I think making volunteering have a very clear out is really good. One example of project funding that all kind of links up from last year's conference, Barnsley's Museum, which I thought was an absolute triumph of a model of how they kind of used project funding but kept continuing and growing that community. So if they're here, this conference, do track them down and ask them about them.
Thank you. I think it's worth thinking about how easy is it to apply to be volunteering with you as well. And I think sometimes we can make it overly onerous for volunteers to come to us when maybe confidence isn't fantastic. Maybe people aren't great at filling out forms. And there's just something about what are the different ways in which people might be able to apply to come and volunteer. Do you really have to fill out an application form, or is it about a conversation with somebody? Do you really, references are really important. I'm not saying never get references, but is there a different way that you might be able to do that, just to make sure that you are just making it as easier as possible? Are there taster sessions, that kind of thing? But I think we really need to challenge ourselves in just thinking about how can we make it as easy as possible for somebody to come and take part in what we're doing.
Okay. There is a question from the floor in white here, about 5 rows from the front.
Hi. We've talked quite a lot about volunteering, but I'm wondering what the panel think about the workforce and how we could engage our diverse communities better in the sector workforce. And I'm thinking particularly of the fact that the museum sector is the least diverse in terms of ethnicity, possibly also in terms of class, of all the kind of segments of the cultural sector. So I'd be interested to know what your ideas are on how we could do better in that respect.
Who wants to take this on? I disagree actually, because I think archaeology is even less diverse in the cultural sector. So you're slightly ahead. Nathaniel.
I'm happy to take it on, but acknowledging how difficult it is and how big a problem it is, and how an organisation like ours, which has tried lots and lots and lots of things, still find it really, really hard. So, first of all, don't worry if you're finding it hard. It's going to be hard. It sort of must be hard. We have an EDI group which we were astonished when we put it out there. I think Liz and I were talking about something else the other day where the board just kind of look at you and go, yeah, you can try, but sort of knowing that you're probably going to fail. And we had 60 applicants from members of our community that was incredibly diverse volunteering. I mean, we give them honorarium, but it's essentially volunteering to be that challenge to us, that kind of critical friend to us, 2 members of that EDI group have gone on to join our board of trustees, and that is wonderful and really, really very special. And yet every time we recruit somebody into the staff team, they are pretty well of the same sort of demographic background. Our volunteering team, diversifying that's super, super challenging, really challenging. So I don't really have much to say other than take your small wins and keep going with it, but it has to be a wider sector conversation, because probably it's not going to be something that individually as organisations we're going to solve on our own. It's about the pipeline through education, and having kids going through secondary state education at the moment, you don't see it as being massively inspiring for many people to come out and want to work in anything creative, because they don't really do anything creative at school. So I don't think the pipeline is going to become easier. So it would be a great conversation to have with the sector and the education system and funders and others, because I think all the things we're trying to do aren't quite cutting through.
I think I would agree, it is very challenging, and we've made similar progress here at the museum. We've found it possible to make the board quite reflective of the communities that we serve, but more challenging to do that in other parts of the museum's operations. I mean, sorry, I've got people. You want to chip in?
Thank you. Really great question. So thinking back to my own kind of experiences, working in the National Trust, less than 1% of the staff workforce, so less than 1%. And some of the things that we tried, I've spotted Glenys in the room who used to work with me as well. Some of the things that we tried was, actually kind of just first say keep trying and getting the messaging out, but also use maybe the allies that you have around you. I mean, there's a detox group of people around us, and just kind of keep raising the profile. I mean, we find it so tough. The pool of people is quite tiny now, and it's going to get tinier. So I don't think we've got a solution, that's going to come quick. I'm wondering whether, when I talk to my friends and family, they wouldn't even dream of kind of thinking about this as a career move, because the salaries are just, it's an issue. So we start maybe in the schools to kind of raise a passion about it, because I don't think I've really got an answer for it, but I was just sharing what's working for us is kind of doing a targeted approach, reaching out to people and ask them to apply and see if they'd be interested, and start from the small wins, like Nathaniel's saying, but it's hard.
Okay, Anna?
Yeah, I mean, do you really need an MA for that job? No. And I think too often I'm still seeing adverts everywhere where you have to have an MA for that job. And there's apprenticeships and things that we can do to start building some more inclusive ways into the sector. As a disabled person, I found it very difficult to get into the sector. People would, I had questions about, well, would you be able to manage the stairs in this historic site? I mean, I've been at Historic Royal Palaces for 16 years now, mainly because I feel safe there. And I don't know how many other people in my sort of position sort of stick with what they're doing because you found a safe place and you're a little bit scared to try something else. So I think it's a really difficult one, and it's not easy to solve, and we're not going to do it alone. And that pipeline, as Nathaniel was saying, is tricky as well, because it costs an awful lot to get that MA that quite often you need to get into a job. So we need to think about, what are the skills and how can we find them without having attaching MAs, etc. to things. So, yeah, no answer.
Well, thank you very much. We are going to have to draw this discussion, I'm afraid, to a conclusion. And I would like to thank everybody for their questions, and I'm sorry we didn't get to answer all of the questions that I know people had their hands up for, and I'm sorry about that. But we have to give way to the AGM, which is very, very important. And you all have to sit here for however long the AGM takes. But I would like to thank, actually, the panellists for their contributions. There's obviously a lot of work to be done in the sector, but I feel actually we mustn't be too hard on ourselves, because as you said, there are much many broader societal issues that I think are endemic or systemic that hamper our efforts to try and overcome some of these challenges. And maybe we do need to be more assertive, more campaigning in a way to fight for the values of our sector and to the individual health and well-being that brings to people who engage with it, as well as to our communities, which is in fact the theme of our discussion, which we have broadly kept to. So can I ask you to thank our panellists very much?
Okay, shall we get going? We've allocated 15 minutes for this year's AGM. Lunch follows straight away. And then I've just wanted one or two little housekeeping things right at the end to make sure you're all going in the right places. So, AGM for the 13th of June. We posted online quite a few weeks ago the papers for this, and so I'm just going to run through the agenda as it was presented. I'm not aware we've had any notification of any voting proxies, and any apologies for absence will be noted and have been noted by the team. I need to ask you to approve the minutes of last year's AGM on the 15th of June 23. Again, these were part of the AGM pack online. Can I have a kind of show of hands that we were happy to approve the minutes of our last meeting of the AGM? Yes, lots of nice hands there. Gosh, enthusiasm, thank you very much. Next item is to address any matters arising from those minutes. I don't have anything. Are there any from the floor that anybody wants to raise in relation to last year's minutes? No, okay. Thank you very much. Item 4 is to receive the annual report and accounts for the year ended 31st of December 23, and again these were online. I'll just say a little bit about this. I think, you know, we all are running museums and heritage organisations, and we're into the business of storytelling, aren't we? Well, I think, you know, the annual report and accounts is the latest chapter, I suppose, in telling the story of AIM. And of course, an important part of being accountable to you, the members of the organisation. I should also say that I think our reporting continues to develop, and in this context, actually, we'll shortly be distilling some of the information and data in the annual report into an impact report by way of trying to draw out the major consequences of our work. For this annual report for 23, I suppose I would pick out a few things to draw your attention to, highlights if you like. The first is the grants awarded to members. In terms of the amount, that went up quite considerably to £730,000 to 114 members, with investment to enable those awards coming from DCMS via Arts Council England, the Pilgrim Trust, the Worshipful Company of Arts Scholars, the Welsh Government, and the National Lottery Heritage Fund. The comparable figures for last year in terms of grants was 412,000 to a similar number of organisations, 115. The other thing I'd just draw out is the successful and very welcome renewal of investment of £305,000 from Arts Council England to AIM as an IPSO, as it's known. So that's in the parlance, I'm sure you're all getting familiar with this now, that means Investment Principles Support Organisation. ACE has 4 investment principles about ambition and quality, dynamism, environmental responsibility and inclusivity and relevance. So it was good to renew and secure that funding. The other thing I'd say was membership is holding steady, I think in continuing uncertain times and certainly headwinds for trading, so we're pleased about that really. I'd also just like to highlight, I think, the performance of the board. I say that as the chair, working always to support and direct the resources, whether that's people or funds, in the interests of you, our members. And I say it particularly because there were a number of new trustees onto the board this time last year. Another thing I would kind of highlight is, although it's a small program, is the Spark program. Some of you might have been on that. It's a small program for leaders. I think it's clearly hit the mark as to what is needed, and I hope it can be developed and expanded. Financially speaking, we report a continuing secure financial position. We added a modest surplus to our funds to be carried forward. And while not wanting to be fast and loose with our free cash reserves, the board and the team are looking at the best way to use some of those reserves to achieve more. And also, I think the thing I would highlight just finally is last year, of course, sowed the seeds and the planning in 2023, which has led to this conference and a sellout conference. So those are my comments on the annual report. It has been fully audited, as the agenda explains, and it's presented without qualification by the auditors. Any questions on the annual report and accounts? No? Okay. So I ask you just to a good show of hand of endorsement to receive those annual report and accounts. Good. Thank you very much indeed. The next item on the agenda is the election of members to the board, trustees or directors, if you like, as well. There's no new nominations this year, so we're talking about re-election of existing members, and I'll just take these in turn. There's two little sections, both in accordance with Article 54. So we've got existing board members Rhiannon Goddard and Vari Cross standing for re-election for a third and final term of 3 years. Can I have your approval for Vari and Rhiannon's re-election? Thank you very much indeed. Very valued members of the board. The second tranche, again in accordance with Article 54, we have existing board members Emily Franklish, Nathaniel Hebburn, Sajida Carr, Sarah Duthie, standing for re-election, this time for a second term of 3 years. Again, can I have your approval for their re-election to the board? Good. Thank you very much indeed. So just for information, there are no other members of the board that are due for re-election. The penultimate item is to approve the appointment of our external auditors. The recommendation is that we reappoint Crowe, who are based in Albury in West Midlands, not very far away. But we will be looking to try and re-tender this in the coming year. And the other bit of information really on this is that Kerry, who's been the senior statutory auditor at Crowe for some time, is retiring. So actually we will get a new audit partner in time. But my recommendation to you is that until the next AGM, we reappoint Crowe UK as our statutory external auditors, and that the board is delegated to set their fee. Have I got your approval for that? Thank you very much indeed. I'm not aware of any other items that were put forward at the AGM for reporting today, but I just finally wanted to say I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to thank all the organisations that invest in AIM and the benefits it brings to your beneficiaries, the visitors and the audiences that you serve. I'm also delighted to have this opportunity to thank my fellow trustees on the board for the really high level of expertise and commitment that they all bring to AIM on your behalf. I want to also just thank Gominda Gum, as she was known, Kent, who stood down as a trustee in July for her contribution to the board. And finally, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the staff team here, who are all here during the conference. So that's Lisa Ollerhead, Margaret Harrison, Matt Smith, Helen Ferris, Catherine Salvatore, Christine Andrews and Fiona Woolley. And I wonder whether we could give a short... thank you very much. My final one is to mention that we are looking to recruit an additional trustee with financial expertise and to add to our number and our strength on the board. And I kind of ask you, could that be you? I've seen the delegate list. I know which one of you are accountants out there. So if that is you and you are interested, come and have a conversation with myself or Rhiannon and the Deputy Chair, or indeed Lisa, because we'd love to hear from you. We expect, don't we, to meet again at this AGM in June at 25, but that concludes the AGM. Thank you very much. In terms of little housekeeping things, two things. So the breakout sessions after lunch, that's between 1:30 and 2:15. If you're signed up to the National Civil War Centre, you're in the main hall here. Museums Gallery Scotland, you're in Learning Space 1, which is that way. The Museum of Croydon is in Learning Space 2, and again, that's into the body of the building that way. And then finally, the Brunel Museum, that's in a breakout space, undefined, I think. There are signs to make to help make your way to those spaces. The only other little bit of housekeeping, if you are signed up to have a tour of the museum, and frankly, what's not to like, you need to be at reception at 1:15, so a little bit shorter lunch for those people that are going on the tour this time. Thank you for your kind attention and enjoy lunch.
Before we start the session, if I could just ask people to move forwards, because there is a degree of interactivity, which should be quite a lot of fun. That's very kind of you. So, how do we change on? That's it. That's lovely. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to this beautiful hall. My name is Philip Dolling. I'm a trustee of AIM, and I'll be chairing this afternoon's session. And this afternoon's session, I'll just put my glasses on here. I'll just find them. Here we go. Yes, found them. Marvellous. This afternoon's session is on the National Civil War Centre Museum, and we have Rose Maxwell and Sarah Clark, who will be here to run us through the session on small changes and big impact. Before we do that, I wouldn't be doing my job unless I reminded you all that we should thank the conference sponsors, Bloomberg Connects, and our host sponsor, the Black Country Living Museum, who've been great hosts so far, and I'm sure they will be for the next day and a half. We've also got gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. And once again, if you've not gone around the expo outside, please make time to do so because it's very good indeed. If you're using social media, the hashtag is AIMConference2024. That's lovely. Now let me introduce Rose and Sarah. I've got some very good notes here. Rose is Head of Operations for the National Civil War Centre, Newark Museum. She's been with the museum for 9 years, spearheading the evolution of the museum's approach to gathering, understanding and utilising data. And it says, and I checked earlier, she loves a good spreadsheet. So we can look forward to that. And also, we've got Sarah, who's been with the museum for 20 years in learning, not that museum, in 20 years in museums, in learning and engagement, and has tried every possible speed evaluation method going. So, she's converting grassroots understanding of audiences and communities into content for successful bids for people like ACE, Art Fund and more. So I shall step out the way. There'll be time for Q&A at the end of the session, but I'll hand you over to Rose and Sarah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us and welcome to our session, Small Changes, Big Impact. So this is all about shoestring evaluation. You've already had a go at some of our shoestring evaluation activity on your way, and thank you very much for joining in with that. So, how do I change my slides with that? Yes. Since the National Civil War Centre opened 10 years ago, we've carried out paper surveys, digital surveys, face-to-face interviews with visitors and non-visitors, focus groups, and so on. For example, every school that has ever visited completed an evaluation form at the end of the day, and we've used those to help inform improvements to our service. However, we are not going to talk to you today about in-depth questionnaires, or the theory of evaluation, or logic models, or even evaluation plans, although we do want you to plan for evaluation. There are evaluation specialists here. One's just come in the room. Anybody else who's an evaluation specialist, give us a wave, please. Fantastic. We've got a few evaluators in the room. Great. So, talk to them later if we leave you wanting more as well. This session is about much smaller, very, very targeted things you can do to help develop an understanding of what your audiences want. We're here to talk about quick, easy, free, or at least very cheap data gathering methods that have worked for us at the National Civil War Centre. The tokens in the tubs over here tell us that the majority of people sometimes, or maybe often, carry out evaluation in their museums. That's fantastic. Some people are rarely doing it, or are only doing it in very small ways, or very limited ways. The sticker charts are telling us that the majority of you feel somewhat confident about evaluating in different ways. Well, that's great. So this is some of the data that we've already learned about the people in this room that helps us to target what we're saying and doing. But then we also have an extra level of data there, even something as simple as those tokens. We now know that there are 2 people in this room who are learning specialists, and that one of those people does evaluation very often, and the other one less often. So, perhaps, like us, you've tried a few different evaluation methods with varying success. We're not standing up here because we're experts, but we have found something that works for us. Thanks to small data, we've been successful with major funding bids from the Arts Council and the National Lottery Heritage Fund, that's the new news, persuaded a council working group of the need to change our opening hours post-COVID, and we've persuaded leaders to adopt a new charging model which benefits the local community. And we've done that all with things like this. We'll talk about data gathering techniques we've known and loved, how we use the data to prove or disprove a hypothesis, and how we've used it to influence stakeholders and funders.
There we go. So, talking to the microphone, Rose, that's the first lesson. So for those of you who weren't at AIM in 2021, which was hosted by the National Civil War Centre, I'm just going to give you a little bit of context. So the National Civil War Centre opened in 2015 in Newark as a museum dedicated to the history of the British Civil Wars. So a little bit of context for the museum scene in Newark. The town had recently lost Millgate Museum, which was a local museum dedicated to the town's history. So when the Civil War Centre opened, it also included several galleries dedicated to local history to serve the need to explore that local heritage. So as you can imagine, after opening, the next few years were a whirlwind, is the synonym I've gone for. We had lots of challenges, lots of changes, but the NCWC bedded in with new exciting exhibitions, a fantastic and growing learning offer, and even merging its front-of-house services with the next-door theatre. We also developed and grew our incredible team of volunteers who keep the building running alongside our operational, learning and curatorial teams. So fast forward a few years to 2019, and we're really settling in as a visitor attraction and starting to look ahead to our longer-term audience development strategy. We wanted to understand both the people who were visiting our museum, but also the people who weren't visiting our museum. So we commissioned a report to objectively take stock of where we were. Now, one area that we really wanted to investigate was local visitors. Now, when I use local visitors, I'm referring to people who live in our district, Newark and Sherwood, so within sort of 5-10 miles. Ever since it had opened, local residents were charged the same as visitors who'd come from further afield, and we tried to get them to come in and give them a better value offer by offering them an annual pass where they could come as many times as they want to make the most of the fact that they were local. Anecdotally, though, we knew the locals were not loving the pricing strategy and the fact they were having to pay, and there were some negative feelings about that admission fee. Millgate Museum had been free to locals, and we think quite a lot of them expected that to continue to the fancy, shiny museum. And that 2019 survey confirmed what we thought. Unlike Millgate Museum that got the majority of their visitors from the local area, we only got 15% of our total visitors were coming from that area. So ensuring local people had access to the joys and benefits of visiting our museum was a really key driver for us, and now we knew that we had some work to do.
There's going to be a lot of this moving from place to place, so apologies. Essentially, we had a visitor numbers sustainability problem. Unless it's in a tourism hotspot like the British Museum or the Shakespeare's birthplace, a museum can't survive on tourists alone. So we were just starting to gather our thoughts about how to address the issues of low visitor numbers from local people and low numbers of repeat visits, with some ideas around marketing and communications. You can see where this is going. Then COVID hit. We don't need to dwell on that at all, except that some of the effects were quite interesting. As I'm sure you'll all remember, for museums and venues, hyper-local became the watchword. While there was little or no tourism, certainly in a small town like Newark, we needed to find new ways to encourage local people to visit the museum and use our services. We needed to imagine a future in which communities felt welcome and involved in their local museum. We needed to change our vision of what success looked like. But how? We had a ton of anecdotes from staff and volunteers telling us that local people wanted a local museum, not a National Civil War Centre, that people just hadn't got round to visiting us yet, and that local people weren't all that bothered about museums. We also knew, though, that we're a fabulous and welcoming team, brimming with enthusiasm, knowledge, and good ideas. There was clearly a two-way perception gap. People didn't know what we were offering, and we didn't know what they were looking for. So we had ideas based on anecdotal evidence, and we needed the analytical data to prove it.
So the first stage of that data was actually looking at the way we were currently gathering that information and evaluating each method, and we're going to go through a few of those now. So it's important to say, especially to the evaluation experts in the room, we're not saying we're critical of these ways of data gathering outright. All of them have incredible value and are effective in different ways, but we're talking about them, how we were looking at them in relation to the specific position we were in at the time. And after all, by thinking critically about them, we could better spot the shortcomings and create a wish list for the data evaluation methods that we might want to use going forward. So we did this. So I'm going to look at a couple of the ones that we evaluated. So a post-visit survey. So basically a 15-question survey that you access via a survey link that we give on a piece of paper to room guides as people left. Now, the pro of this is you get some really detailed data. We can ask very specific questions. People have time to fill it in. Fantastic. The con of it, no one bothered because people walk out the museum and forget you exist. So it's very easy for people to forget. Not many people fill it in. So we tackled this by doing facilitated surveys where our volunteers collared people and got them to fill in a paper survey as they were leaving, which led to more people filling in the survey and more access to that more specific data. But the cons were that the volunteers could only survey one person at a time, and that's provided they're not already busy welcoming someone or saying goodbye to someone, so you have no way of gathering everyone. And the other thing is you did get some visitors, as we said this morning, with their toes pointing away from the volunteers, quite desperate to leave. Another way we did is data gathered through the till system. So this is the data that we were already gathering on our systems, like the breakdown of tickets of adults, children, seniors. So the benefit of this, we took it from everyone. We were already gathering it. It took 0 time at all, and you got real quantifiable data that you could compare. The cons of it, though, being it's quite labour-intensive to process. If you don't have a fancy till system, if you have a terrible till system, you're relying on someone to manually process this data. And also, it's quite limited in scope. It's quite basic information that you're giving, so you can't base too many strategic decisions around it. Another thing we did was using feedback from reviews left on review sites. So again, this requires very little time and effort on our side. These sites already exist, and there's lots of people who go to TripAdvisor and Facebook and give a bit of feedback. But the negatives being the comments are quite generic and quite simplistic feedback, not going into detail, unless you are the one person who went into great detail about how the size of our scones was getting smaller. That was a very detailed TripAdvisor review. But you still also get a very small sample of your audience size. And then the last thing we were doing was just anecdotal feedback to staff and room guides and the conversations our teams were already having with people. Now, obviously, the pros of this is there's nothing like a conversation to get people talking and really understand what they're feeling and how they're experiencing the museum. But the negative being it's still a small sample size. You don't have time to talk to everyone. And getting that data written down in a sort of quantifiable way is quite a challenge because you're not getting standardized responses. So again, not quite perfect. So, as you can see, we had quite a few cons in our evaluation, and from this we drew several conclusions about what we wanted from our data gathering going forward. So number one, we wanted feedback from as many as people as possible to make sure we're not just getting feedback from the people who are very happy or very angry, who normally volunteer feedback. Rather than getting feedback from 5 to 10% of visitors, we were aiming for 80 or 90%. We really wanted that broad range. Number two, we realised people are far more likely to give feedback when they're in the building because, as we've said, once they're out the doors, we no longer exist. Number three, people don't want to spend a long time filling in the questionnaires. The shorter, the better. People told us they were put off by surveys. We'd find surveys that were half filled in or online noticing that people had given up after question 5 because they were bored. And number four, we definitely had limitations on using people to gather this data. We just didn't have the manpower to ensure that someone was always free to ask questions and put that evaluation in methods by throwing bodies at the problem. So we saw all of this and actually realised, looking back, that the challenges of gathering data effectively and cheaply, and that's both in the sense of time and money, were overwhelming us and actually meaning that we weren't gathering any data at all.
So we had some data from that 2019 report, but this was a fairly small sample, and thanks to COVID, it was almost immediately out of date. We didn't have the money to commission another report, so we got stuck in ourselves to try and do it cheaply. There we go. During the 2 decades I've worked in museum learning, I've had a bash at a lot of cheap and cheerful evaluation methods, and I chatted to some of you as you came in about that sort of thing. For instance, show me your thumbs now how you're feeling about this session so far. Okay, thank you. Very polite. And Rose is an absolute whiz with data analysis and understands Excel spreadsheets better than anyone I've ever known. So together we decided that there was nothing wrong with low-tech evaluation techniques as long as we're systematic about recording the results. So we put our heads together on a few methods to try out. As the local question was very important to us, we began gathering postcodes. Really simple. We didn't have a computer system to support this initially, so it was volunteers at the visitor welcome desk. Hang on, I've got a visual aid. With one of these. Okay, this was literally the form they had to fill in. We've got one column says postcode, number in group, date. That's it. The volunteers had to fill this in by asking people as they came through the welcome desk, when they were in the middle of telling people about where the toilets are and welcome and have a lovely time. They asked people their postcode and they noted this down for every visitor. Very, very few people refused to give that information. We also spent a few quid on plastic tokens, second visual aid, and went down to the local sweet shop and cadged a few of these empty sweet tubs, okay? So before we bought those, we used these sweetie tubs with some tokens. So we aimed for that kind of Waitrose-style token method that people are used to using in different places. Red tokens were for residents of Newark and Sherwood District, and blue tokens were for other visitors from other places. This helped us to understand whether there was a difference between the perceptions of local and less local visitors. Volunteers helped us to count up these tokens and record the numbers every day. Sometimes we asked people to put stickers on charts in response to a question or use colour-coded post-it notes. And instead of lengthy exit surveys, we asked people one simple targeted question on leaving. The welcome volunteers encouraged people to complete this task, which might include writing a single word or a short phrase on a piece of paper and popping it in a box like those, or voting with tokens. So really, really easy. Would you just have a little chat to someone sitting near you and tell us what you think could go wrong with some of these quick methods? Okay, thanks very much. If you don't mind shouting out from the floor, give me a few things that could go wrong. Who said children? Yeah, anybody agree with that? Children could go wrong with it? Absolutely right. Whenever we did activities or just for general visitors, when there were a lot of children around, obviously if you've got 3 sweet jars and lots of nice brightly coloured tokens, there is the possibility that somebody would chuck in a handful before their parent dragged them away. Actually, do you know what? That's okay, because everybody was giving us a token or more than one token in a jar. The margin for error was such that it didn't really matter if the odd child put in a few too many or put them in the wrong box. It didn't really make a difference to our data sample overall. So that was great. What else might have gone wrong? Stealing your data. Ah, yeah, so your postcode, because people might feel that way about it. So yes, every now and again somebody says that, but of course, if all we're getting is your postcode, not your name, there's no house number or anything like that. But if somebody is worried about stealing data, we're okay with it. You don't have to participate. I know, yeah. So that's how we would explain it, that you don't need to, it's just really helpful for us to improve what we're doing. Somebody shouted out over there. Generally, people were absolutely fine with it, which was great, because we weren't collecting lots of data about one person. You're absolutely right. So the postcodes help us to know where people are, and then all it was numbers, and then that translated into a chart, basically. I've just realised we should give you the mic because people who are watching at home can't hear what you're saying. And it's a really good point that some people would be upset about giving their full postcode. Rose, do you have a comment on that?
I think what was said over there makes absolute sense. It's usually, but in our museum, it's in a town where everyone knows everyone, so it's much more likely to happen than maybe in a bigger museum where other people might work. And I think my colleague here has a similar issue there. Yeah.
No, and we did exactly what you did. We then, well, what's the minimum amount of data that we require? And you'll see a little bit later about how we use the postcodes. And people did have the option that they could give a shorter postcode. They could give us just the first 4 digits if they weren't comfortable. But we usually explained to people what they were doing. And as I say, we were quite concerned about that. And that's why we put off doing this data collection for a while. But when we tried, we actually found we were still getting a really decent number of replies that because it was just a postcode, people were happy with. But it's always worth thinking of those things. No. No, none of this is perfect. Barely any of it's perfect, if I admit.
The other thing that we found with the tokens that we quite enjoyed really at the time was a session where one of our learning officers watched a teenager who had attended an event, brought on a fun family day out, who locked eyes, this teenager locked eyes with our learning officer, picked up some tokens, and put them in the sad face jar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Honestly, and because we didn't worry too much about this. We knew what had happened. We didn't take them back out again because we knew actually overall it would be okay. It's a fun story. And actually it did make us up our game for teenagers anyway as part of that activity. So it's all good. Okay, so there are downsides to gathering data in these sort of quick and easy ways. But for us, the really important reason for doing it was because actually when data gathering is too difficult, you just don't do it. Or when you've got the data, but you haven't got time to number crunch, it's just too difficult, so you don't do it. So we thought, let's just keep it really, really simple. And then, oh, hang on, I've lost my slides. Talked about that. And I would say, just a final thought on low-tech methods of evaluation. Don't underestimate conversations with visitors, of course. A relaxed chat followed by writing some notes can be really valuable in understanding people's motivation for visiting. You can see here on this slide, on the left-hand side, our colleague Denise, who is the Learning Participation Manager, making pom-poms with some visitors as part of an activity. These were a great opportunity for casual conversations with families and visitors about what works, what doesn't, what would make the experience easier for them. And these conversations helped to shape the changes that Rose is going to talk about next. We didn't use the informal chat as qualitative data because we didn't have time to crunch that data, but we did use it to help form our theories about what we should be changing and testing. For instance, we used our summer holiday event in 2022, Playhem, to test something out. The idea that fun plus cheap plus well-marketed was the answer to all our problems. Playhem was all about open-ended play, with a huge room full of squillions of cardboard boxes and tubes, and a playful method of data gathering. And Rose will tell you a little bit more about that in a moment.
So you've seen some of the methods, and now I just want to go through and tell you in a little bit of practice how they worked for us. So as we said, we wanted to move from more anecdotal data to something more evidence-based using this shoestring data gathering approach. We spoke to visitors, staff and volunteers and asked them to help us create some questions about why we thought locals might not be coming. We are firm believers that there's no such thing as a bad idea as long as you measure its impact. So the first question we did: do people like the museum? It's a bit type A, but quite an important question, and we used the smiley face tokens. And other than Sarah's teenager, 95% of visitors gave us a smiley face. And that on top of some of the chats we were having, we said, actually, you know, there are things we want to change about the museum, but generally, when people get in the door, they like it. Second question, are people only coming from the local area if they're well off? And that's also yes. So volunteers were taking this anonymous postcode data, and we fed it into something called the Indices of Multiple Deprivation, which, long story short, uses lots of different metrics to see how deprived an area is, and it led us to what I think is our most shameful piece of data, that in the summer holidays of 2021, no one from the local area came from the 20% most deprived postcodes, which isn't great, and I still feel shame about that. So we went to the next question: will we reach locals in more deprived areas by running family events with maybe less of a link to the Civil War? And the answer was yes. We tried Playhem, which was not overtly about the Civil War, it's just about fun, it was cheap and having a great time, and we reran the postcode data. And the headline is that rather than 0% coming from those 20% most deprived postcodes, 14% of our visitors were. So just by changing that activity, taking the focus away from the British Civil Wars and bringing them into a fun, friendly area without the barrier of the museum, we found that was really beneficial. Fourth question: if we reduce the admission costs for locals to something like half price, are we going to go bankrupt? We had the theory that actually if you reduce the cost, more people would come in and our cafe admission and merchandise admission income would make up for it. We crunched the numbers that we already had. Our accountant was processing how much money was going through the till and actually looked at the data and saw, yeah, when we trialled a half-price period, we found that actually more people were buying scones, despite them getting smaller, and more people were buying rubbers and pencils, and actually the money balanced it off. And that was a really key part of the argument we needed in order to make it free for locals. And the fifth question was an interesting one. It was, how do people actually engage with the museum? We had the theory that people's favourite activities in the museum would be the family activities, learning how to fire a musket, dressing up as a Civil War soldier. So we used the simple question. We asked people to write on a piece of paper as they left, what was your favourite thing about the museum? And we were shocked to find out that whilst people do love the family activities, it was actually the objects people were connecting with the most. The majority of people put an object. Those objects varied, but actually in different age ranges, different demographics, it was always the objects that came up key. And I think the key learning from this one was not so much what it took away, but actually the idea that we'd all made an assumption and we'd very quickly proved that actually that wasn't necessarily correct. And I think that was a really important lesson for us. So that's just a few examples of what we did over the next few months. We started small. We made incremental changes and measured the impact of each one. We tried changing the entry price, adding different interpretation, new marketing techniques, playful family activities, and lots more. We gradually built up a picture of what changes made the biggest impact, becoming better informed and better equipped to make long-term decisions. Now, most importantly, I think, we share this data with our team through simple infographics. We put a few up there. Unfortunately, the most colourful one has fallen down, but there are some. Oh, it was a belter. We wanted them to realise what they were a part of and that we were drawing meaningful conclusions from this mad sticker and token system that they were using. We spoke to our staff and volunteers about how they wanted to see this data. After all, I, as mentioned, love a spreadsheet. But Jenny, who is one of our operations managers, took me to one side and said every time she looked at one of my spreadsheets, she felt dizzy. She, like many of the team, wanted to see the data quickly, simply, and colourfully. So we looked at different ways that we could communicate the information, and you'll see some of those over there. We popped these infographics up around the office and at the volunteer welcome desk so they could be read, because after all, people are far more likely to interact with data if it's accessible and fun.
And we often shared those graphics at pizza nights, so that helped. Okay, now, as you can see, data helped us to improve the offer. It also helped us with two major developments in 2022 and 2023, making the case for change with our leaders and persuading funders to back our projects. We now have data at our fingertips to drop into conversations with change makers, such as, did I miss a slide? I think I might have done. There we go, look. Oh, there I am, convincing the East Midlands Mayor, just shortly after she was appointed, that she needs to spend more time and energy on East Midlands tourism. So, how do we make the argument with data? The next few slides here show data we gathered early on in this process, when we wanted to make the case that reduced entry for local people was a viable option. This first graph looks at the percentage of visitors from Newark and Sherwood in each week of August in 2021 and 2022. We gathered this by taking postcodes. That simple piece of paper I showed you on a clipboard translates to a very convincing looking graph. Here we have cafe income data. As Rose said, we had this hypothesis that people would spend more in the cafe if they were spending less on entry. Cafe income data is taken every day at Cashing Up and can be turned into a graph to compare those weeks in August again. So August 2021 in blue, August 2022 in orange. When we were full price in 21 and half price in 22. As you can see, cafe income goes a long way to making up for that reduced income from visitor admission. Yes?
My question is, do you have a sense of how much inflation affects that? Because obviously you'll have had to put your cafe prices up, so you don't know that people are spending more necessarily.
I like this question because I spent a lot of time adjusting these figures for inflation and it seemed like a massive waste of time, and now I'm a genius.
I'm so glad Rose was here to answer that question. Ask me about learning styles. So, Rose mentioned deprivation data earlier, and here we have that represented in a pie chart, because I like a pretty pie chart. IMD deciles are indices of multiple deprivation, as Rose mentioned. The indices include markers around income, employment, education, health, crime, barriers to housing and services, and living environment. There's an IMD lookup tool online that you can use to find out more about your visitors and your community. You just need to take the time to input the basic postcode data in there. These charts tell us, as Rose has already mentioned, that in 2021 there were no visitors at all from the most deprived postcodes in the district, but the dark green there in 2022 shows us a sizable chunk in the following year. 14% more or less mirrors the percentage of that group within the local population. So we're starting finally to mirror our local population here. This slide, nice and easy, I'm sure you've all done one like this before, shows us the total number of visitors using the data gathered in our till system. Simple but effective. So again, we've got 2021 versus 2022. The key thing here is, when stakeholders see a chart like this, or this one, or this one, they don't see that this data began life like this. What they see is a smart-looking chart that actually gives them the data they need to help make a quick decision. Clear, targeted findings from a robust data set. And because the information is really clear, our team has a stronger grasp on data, leading to more persuasive arguments for funders and decision makers.
Look at that attractive young woman on the left. I started out on the front desk. I regret the fringe, is all I will say. So by looking at a photo from 5 years ago, we're going to look at what's next. This is very complicated. Our experiment with reduced admission prices for locals was a huge success. With that stronger grasp on data, we were able to make the case for the community with both leaders, funders, and stakeholders. And we used the data we've just shown you collected from the methods we've been talking about, and we used it to argue for free entry for local residents, which we brought in 2023. So right now, 40% of our visitors are from Newark and Sherwood, and that percentage is rising. In fact, here are those graphs again with the August that we were free for local residents now included. And I'm going to whiz through these because we don't have a lot of time. But you'll see that we are maintaining a nice high percentage of visitors from Newark and Sherwood. In green is that 2023. The cafe income, adjusted for inflation, which was really hard in 2023, continued to go up. We're maintaining that nice green section of the getting people from more deprived postcodes in Newark and Sherwood into the museum, and we've proved it wasn't a fluke. Lots of people came, and we're starting to build that trend again, and we're going to be taking all of this data in August 2024 to see where we're going with it. So we're still trying to find out more about our visitors and our missing audiences. How can we involve more people in co-production? How can we include their voices in our interpretation, events, and marketing campaigns? We're broadening our use of these shoestring techniques into these areas to help us understand our audiences even better. Thanks to these changes, we're now a national portfolio organisation with increasing reach. We are the proud recipients of NLHF delivery phase funding for Newark Castle, which is going to be enabling local people to be involved in the co-production of the Castle experience. And both of those projects are still using this data. Just because it's fancy MPO, we've still got tokens. It's fair to say that the future is bright for the National Civil War Centre, and we can't wait to see where the journey takes us.
So, yeah, 6 minutes, okay. Right, okay, let's do this fast. Right. So, I'm going to ask you just to spend a couple of moments having a think about something, and you can do this at home as well if you're not watching in the room. This is about thinking who is your missing audience. Now, Rose might be willing to bring around pencils, free pencils from the National Civil War Centre, and Post-its, so that you can answer this question or scribble this down if you're at home. Who is your missing audience? And what are their barriers to feeling welcome? Ideally, you'll put those on 2 separate Post-its. So who's your missing audience on one Post-it? What are their barriers to feeling welcome on another one? I'll just give you a moment to have a think and scribble it down. Obviously, if you're here with a colleague, chat about it. If you're here with strangers sitting either side of you, why not have a chat anyway? Give it a couple of minutes. Okay, thank you all very much. Slight change of mood now, we're all sitting down. Sorry? Cash now, yeah. We're going to sing a duet. Everyone join in. Okay, thank you all very much. I apologise it's such a short discussion, but do please keep thinking about this afterwards and take the conversation into the next break afterwards. So, does anybody want to share anything from that conversation with Rose and I, Rose and me? And also, this is a kind of Q&A, if you like. So if you want to share any ideas or thoughts as a result of that.
I don't want to share any thoughts, but I do want to ask a question, if I may. And I noticed that your graph for half-price entries and your graph for free entries was very similar numbers. And I wondered what extent you considered free entry to be a barrier to entry, in the sense that there was a different perception of value of something that was free.
It's a very valid point and something we considered, and one of the reasons we asked to experiment with half price rather than free. We knew the notion that price wasn't the only barrier to people, and suddenly having something as free meant there was no reason to come today because you can come tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you booked a ticket because it was free, you don't necessarily have to come in. So that opened up a whole new set of challenges to us, which are things we are currently trialling in terms of those family activities, the way we encourage people to come to the museum and address those other barriers that aren't necessarily local. But exactly, we focused on a small aspect of the data to go, this is in this hypothesis what we're proving, and that we are still getting locals in. But it's given us another question to ask of going, why hasn't it shot up even higher? And it's another question to ask. We are very much not at the end of this journey. There is lots more. And as I say, we were saying about doing it in August 2024. We're trying some tie-ins with some local businesses and some new marketing strategies, and we're going to be testing those against the visitor numbers to add in a few more different variables into it. But it's a very valid question, and I know it's really annoying. We just hoped it would be free and people would come flooding in. They didn't.
I'm sure John is going to be answering questions like that in his next session.
A pattern this morning is people asking questions that aren't questions, that are just statements. So given that, that caveat, I'd just like to say as an evaluator, that's one of the most inspiring and thoughtful and really excellent sessions I've been to at a conference for many a year.
That's very kind, thank you.
That's lovely. The cheque is in the post.
I'm sorry, we'll have one last question. I don't think you've asked a question at the back there, so we'll ask you one. We'll take one last statement then. And,
so I'm Carolyn from the Black Country Living Museum, but I am a former member of the wonderful team at the National Civil War Centre. And I just wanted to highlight that I think both Rose and Sarah are underselling the challenge of the advocacy that they had to do to make that change. I know that the door was firmly shut, so I think this is an incredible example of where evaluation that doesn't cost the earth can really give you the tools that you need to basically change people's minds completely, because that is what you've done. So it's incredible. Well done.
Thank you.
I think that's an excellent place to end. I should say, I thought it was the most impressive presentation, just using simple tools. I can imagine all over Britain right now, there are people designing highly complex computer tools for market surveys who are just weeping, because all they need is some simple post-it notes and some simple jars, and everybody can get lots of information. So thank you very much indeed. The plenary session will be in here on community and conservation, which is why I'm sorry I'm having to bring it to a quick close. But before that, can we have a massive round of applause, please, for Rose and Sarah. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Okay, whoa. Good afternoon, everyone. I see they're closing the doors, so you're all locked in now till 3 o'clock. Thank you very much for choosing to be in this event. I hope we make it as good as you are all hoping for it to be, shown out in your numbers. So, I'm going to test you because I have to tell you who the sponsors are, but you will know who all the sponsors are now. Who are the headline sponsors that produce the amazing app? Bloomberg, they're amazing. Really good tote bags as well. Tricky one. Who are our very generous host sponsors? The security, third row on the left, please. Thank you. Amazing Black Country Living Museum, thank you. Gold sponsors. Insurance broker. Can anyone think of an insurance broker? Hayes Parsons. Thank you to them, and thank you to gold sponsors Minerva, who've got jelly beans on their desk. They're in boxes that don't say jelly beans, they say Minerva, but they are jelly beans. So thank you very much to Minerva and Hayes Parsons. And all of our exhibitors, do go and have a look and chat to them. What's the hashtag? AIM Conference 2024. You're very good, if quiet. So, my name's Nathaniel, one of the trustees of AIM, and so I'm chairing this conversation. And so really pleased to have Sue Bowers from the Pilgrim Trust, great partner of AIM for a long time as, with our conservation grants. And we have Emma from ICON, Carol from Black Country Living Museum, and Jeremy from Petersfield Museum and Art Gallery, who's got the merch telling you about his current exhibition at Petersfield Museum, which is very, very clever of them. So we're talking about collections and we're talking about conservation. And who here has got an amazing cellar of fine vintage wines at home? Not really. If you did, and you had like a £10,000 bottle of a lovely Cab Sauv, would you keep it in the cellar, or would you open it and share it with a group of friends? Put your hands up if you're a keep it in the cellar gang. Put your hands up if you're opening the Cab Sauv. Yes. Okay. All right, this is a conservator-curator divide here, I think, and that might be something we talk about in this conversation. So I'm going to first of all ask our host, so Carol King from Black Country Living Museum, to talk about one of their projects on building a collection and getting it out there into the world.
Thanks, Nathaniel. So I wanted to talk about our current capital project that hopefully some of you have already seen, and more of you will see across the conference, which is our Forging Ahead project, which is a £30 million project to take the museum back into living memory and to build 22 buildings and structures, taking the museum's time period from the end of 1939 right through to 1968. And what that involved was working with our community to decide what were the key themes, what are the key things that they want to say about the Black Country for that time period, and then choosing buildings that would help us to illustrate those key themes. And that's how we ended up with the 22 buildings and structures. And that number is ingrained in my head because I'm ticking them down as we build them. 6 to go, guys, 6 to go. And this is the biggest expansion that we've ever done as an organization, but as well as those buildings, we had to fill them with all the objects that tell those stories. And these buildings are a mixture of people's homes, of people's businesses, and of industries, and we needed all of the objects. Some of the objects we had in our collection, but most of them we had to do a huge community collecting drive for. And our ethos here is about real lives and real stories. So each one of those buildings tells an individual and a particular story about the people who either lived there or worked there. And so it was really important to us that we would involve the community who were connected to those people in that collecting. And I suppose probably the first thing to say about us as an organisation is I'm sure many of you know, but we have perhaps a different approach to collections, care and conservation to some. We are an open-air living history museum and we have an open display policy and we work many of our historic items. So that adds an extra level of challenge, but that's what we've been working on. And I think what has been really interesting is just what has been a challenge for us. Some of the things that we expected and some of the objects that we thought might be challenging to get in the beginning weren't actually the ones that were. And I think it's been a real journey. But the thing that has made it possible for us is the help of our community.
Thank you very much. And Jeremy, different project, very different, funded through an AIM and a Pilgrim Trust conservation grant for a collection of photographs that you really engaged with your volunteer community, your local community in that conservation process?
Absolutely. So back in 2015, 2016, we were left a collection of negatives from local press photographer. Usually press photographs are syndicated and they go to PA News, places like that. But he was a freelancer, so he kept the copyright to all his photographs. And he was photographing actively everything that lived, died, moved, didn't move in Petersfield between 1962 and 1987. And that collection was left to us in shoeboxes, in brown envelopes, and these were negatives. And so we embarked on a project to basically catalogue them and conserve them. And I asked the Alicia Mason, who's now at Hereford Museum, just to write a few words for me about the project, because she was actually the leader on that particular project. And I think this just really sums up how working with volunteers who have come from the community on something that is community focused builds a community and a new community. So this is what Alicia said. I feel the Don Eads project, Don Eads was the photographer, was a wonderful example of collections, care and conservation as a source of community engagement. As the work of Don is in living memory, and he was a huge character in the town, he was a big guy, the project really encouraged the community to engage with their local history. Using scans of the negatives on social media saw our online engagement boost, especially during lockdown. We would put out a couple of photographs on Facebook every week and just say, does anybody know anybody in this photograph? Do you know where it was? Can you remember it? Or we might do a then and now picture of a building or an event or something. That was tremendous. It kept us in the public mind during lockdown, when we were closed for redevelopment as well. Then Alicia goes on to say, I saw local volunteers really taking pride in helping to document and safely pack the photographic negatives. They were learning new skills. They were being trained. Having volunteers in the exhibition space when we reopened, so they were there working on the archive, working on the negatives in the exhibition space and engaging with volunteers. Volunteers and visitors, rather. Visitors love that, just to see what goes on behind the scene. And they were also, again, adding bits that, oh, well, yes, I remember that. Oh, that looks like my granddad. Goodness. Just everything like that. It was a novel, and it was an intriguing feature. It acted as a great conversation starter, and Alicia witnessed a lot of visitors asking questions and engaging with volunteers about what they were doing. It also allowed visitors access to view some of the negatives in a safe and secure way. And basically she finishes by saying that she thinks the project helped create a real sense of the museum belonging to the community.
Thank you. In advance of the conference, we asked delegates, what does community mean to you? And someone wrote in, a museum is just a collection of old things without a community. I don't know whether, is that person in the room? No. That's, Emma, is it okay for a museum just to be a collection of old things and to pay for the conservation of those old things? I wonder what's ICON's view on conservation for the sake of conservation?
So in response to that, I don't think any museum is ever just a collection of old things conserved or being conserved or not conserved. I don't think a museum exists without its audiences and without its communities. And I think there is an argument with an object that it needs to be conserved for its own sake, if it's an important object, if it tells part of a story, and if it's hugely significant in terms of telling that story and sharing that history. But you have to be telling that story to somebody and sharing that history with a community and with audiences. And if you're not doing that, so no, I think it's not possible. And I think one of the interesting things from my perspective and our ICON that we see all the time with conservators is that, you know, you might think of them as being behind the scenes, but actually a conservator, they are an art historian, they might be an engineer, they might be a material scientist, they could be, there is a craftsperson in terms of those fine hand skills that they bring to the role. And there are so many things that conservators actually bring to our collections, to our museums and to the communities we engage. And I think the more we can do to make that connection and draw those lines between the object, the conservator, the work being done, because let's face it, the conservation then becomes part of the story of that object, of the museum involvement, the community involvement, the audience involvement in understanding, interpreting and conserving that object. And I think conservators are integral in terms of joining the dots and bringing our collections to life, as well as caring for them and conserving those objects for future generations, because of course that's part of the ongoing role of museums, role of conservators, and of course the future story for that object. So a bit of a roundabout answer, but I hope it is an answer.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing more of your thoughts on all of this. But Sue, you're at the Pilgrim Trust now. Before that, you're in National Lottery Heritage Fund. And at National Lottery Heritage Fund, lots of projects to conserve things with huge activity plans around them and lots of kind of community engagement. But now at the Pilgrim Trust, you take a different approach to funding conservation?
Yes, I think what I've learnt I've been at the Pilgrim Trust now for 4 years, and what I think the Pilgrim Trust has done quite well is develop quite long relationships. So we've been funding the conservation grant scheme with AIM since 2007. So that's a very long relationship. And we saw a real shout out, particularly in view of the sort of conversation this morning about funding, of the value of small project-based grants. So we do programs like with the one we do with AIM with other partner organisations as well. And most of the grants are under £5,000. But you can see, and the focus is on collection audits, remedial conservation and care of collections. And just as Jeremy has demonstrated, the value, there is a lot of value from that, just from that small grant. So we're a great, I'm a great advocate for small project grants. I think they really punch above their weight. I think they have, huge value. I look back at one of the case studies we featured in our 2021 impact report, which was from the Elizabeth Gaskell House, and they got a grant of £785 to do conservation work, have a conservator come in and do conservation work on 8 damaged books. And it was the first time they'd had a conservation project. It completely demystified the process. Are you from the museum? Sorry. Sorry. Well, there we are. They demystified the project. The volunteers grew in confidence about learning how to handle collections, learning about conservation, learning about the care of collections. It was the first time I think they'd increased the confidence in terms of funding, applying for funders. The books went on display. There was social media content from them as well, and then they got the confidence to think about, perhaps we get some sponsorship to do other books. you know, and that was from a £785 grant. So I think there's huge value in these small project grants, and I'm a great advocate for them.
Do you think it's okay to ask just for funding to conserve an object without building a wraparound program, without building impact reports, but just purely, we have an object that needs care, please would you fund it?
I think I mean, what I think AIM's really good at as well is all the case studies which are written by the grantees that are in the newsletters. And I think that shows, newsletters that come out, and that shows the value from those grants. And they often do have, it's a competitive process, so the museums have had to think about what to prioritise in terms of making an application. So there is usually you know, some benefit articulated beyond just conserving an object. But I don't think it needs, for that level of grant, it's got to be proportionate, hasn't it? From that level of grant, you don't need all singing and dancing public engagement programme.
Thank you. And just to add to that, I think you referenced it already, and it was referenced earlier in the discussion, the panel discussion, but that relationship with a funder is really key, because actually if you're working with and you're getting to know the work of organisations, their collections, the importance to their audiences and the community of those collections, then conserving an object just to conserve an object will never be that. But actually you're not having to wrap it up in a big public engagement project that's costing you lots of money, meaning you need to allocate staff time to it. You can focus on that object and the power of that object and what it will do. So I think that relationship with a funder is really key. And I mentioned before in terms of the skills that a conservator can bring to your collection. And at ICON we run an accreditation scheme, and actually the AIM Pilgrim Trust grants programme uses accredited ICON conservators. And the absolute experience and skill that somebody will bring to your project through that programme is phenomenal. The doors they will open, the connections they will make, and actually in terms of, you know, I suppose deeper engagement with that object, increased understanding of that object and its history, its relevance, and your connectivity with the community and the museum community. So it's a really, as Sue has said, a small grant connected with a really good relationship with a funder and a fundee, and using, of course, a brilliant conservator, but it can just unlock so much for your collection and for your communities.
I'd also add on a small grant can actually leverage a much bigger grant as well, because it demonstrates that you've already got support, that your project is worthwhile, that what you're doing is important. For us, the AIM Pilgrim Trust grant helped us to get a grant from Hampshire Archives Trust, because we realised quite soon that we kept on finding more negatives. So we didn't have enough envelopes to put them in. So we had to make in total, I think, 3 separate orders for envelopes, and that they're not cheap conservation envelopes for negatives. But we'd done the initial calculation on how many we needed. There were 106,400 negatives in total. We looked at the first sort of batch of about 50 brown envelopes, counted how many negatives were in there. On average, there are about 40 negatives in each envelope. So we just used that sum across the whole set. As we were getting further and further into the envelopes, we were finding that there were 100, 200, 300 negatives in some of these envelopes. So yeah, your project grows as you go along, and then you need extra funding as well. So I suppose, I know I said initially, the small grant can leverage more.
Absolutely. And Carol, with your project, how much were your funders interested in the objects?
Massively, but if I could just respond to the previous bit before, because I don't think it's an either-or situation that you should only have a grant that funds conservation, and that's suggesting that therefore you wouldn't then use the result of that, because certainly in my experience, the experience here, but everywhere I've worked, you know, they facilitate us to be able to do that public engagement better, and I think sometimes that is underestimated, and we need to realise and kind of advocate for that a lot more, that actually these are sometimes the bedrocks that allow us to make that access for people. But in terms of our project, they were incredibly interested in what the objects were, from the really significant objects in terms of whether we were actually translocating, moving a building, to the everyday items that we were putting in there. And I think what was really clear to me was they understood that we are an organisation that tells a working class story, a story of everyday objects, and they cared as much about the spoons that were going to go in kitchen drawers as they did about entire buildings, and that was really clear the whole way through, and it mattered as much to them as it mattered to us.
And I think that point takes us to maybe the kind of gist of this, which is how do we better articulate the importance of the object and the care of the object in our museums to our funders, and particularly maybe our public funders. No, I'm just going to leave that hanging and allow others to come in there. But how can we better articulate and centre the object in our mission as museums?
Can I go first with a kind of part answer? I think a real part of this is authenticity. So we are all different. We look after different collections. We share them in different ways. We run our community engagement programs, our schools engagement programs in different ways. And I think one of the key things here is to be authentic in terms of our collection, the objects we're sharing, and how we're sharing them, and actually in terms of community engagement. How does that work, and what does that mean to our communities, to our audience groups? Because we don't work with one community, we work with many communities. And I'm just wanted to share an example. We were in Northern Ireland recently at the Ulster Museum, and we've got this incredible, fairly new exhibition. It's the Troubles Galleries. And actually speaking with the conservators there, just in terms of the objects, that lots of them have been loaned, some of them have been gifted to the museum and are exhibited in that exhibition. And I think the phenomenal thing has been, not just from a curatorial perspective, but from a conservation perspective as well, the level of engagement, obviously, with the people gifting or loaning those objects has been very intense and incredibly important, of course, to realise that exhibition and for it to be authentic and for it to mean something, and something very important to the community there. But also for the staff and the kind of learning journey that they've all gone on in terms of that exhibition. And I think, without that deep engagement and all of that work between, curatorial, conservation, staff and audiences and those lending or gifting objects, you just wouldn't have, as rich and as engaging and as fundable, an exhibition or a collection.
Sue, do you want to reflect on that in terms of how we re-centre the object in our discourse about the importance of museums?
Well, it's interesting that you've asked the question, because is that a problem you're coming? Is that a well-articulated problem about not articulating, not respecting? So for the Pilgrim Trust, it's all about the sort of the object. That's the heart. That's because we're a small funder, and the trustees have chosen to fund, and they see it very important on conservation. First, from our perspective, it's all about the conservation of the object. But I'm interested why you asked the question, whether that's more difficult to articulate to. Is that a problem?
Has anyone here received any Arts Council funding to conserve an object and put it on display? Of all of the things that we have to raise money for, conserving an object, is that at the easy end or the difficult end of the spectrum? It's not unanimous. We're not shouting from the rooftops on it, but maybe in the question and answers we'll hear more.
So I do a bit of fundraising as well for the museum, and the feedback that I've stopped trying to raise funds for conservation, other than through the AIM conservation grant we did there, because invariably the feedback I get is that, well, this is something you should be doing anyway. It's part of your core job. So it's not, we want to fund a project. And you have to wrap up conservation in some way into a project, which then involves an activity plan, which then involves goodness knows what else. I think object conservation funding is, alongside core funding, the most difficult to raise. That's my experience.
I would agree, and I think there's something in how we connect the dots between the power of collections care and conservation and the impact, because we know that people and funders particularly care about the impact, as they absolutely should, but this is part of the way to get there. And I think it's something that we've got to think about how can we as a sector better articulate that, and also help those who are funding us in whatever form that takes understand that this is a fundamental thing that we've got to do, and also that it costs a lot, and that for the average person, they have no idea what this would be, and why should they? But we've got to kind of make that argument and make that case.
The last event in here was talking about evaluation, and I wonder whether that is also part of the problem. You know, how do we tell the importance of that object to a visitor? I'm thinking back to going to the Jewish Museum in Berlin last year, and we all know the story of the Holocaust, and we all know the story of the gold star that Jews had to wear. And they had a roll of fabric from which they cut all of the gold stars from. And it was just that sense of scale and kind of machinery to it. And it's a story that's really important to me. It's my family story. But I had never felt like that, and that was an object. Did that. But that's not in anyone's evaluation of that exhibition, of the importance of that object and the care that had gone into that object. So is that part of the problem?
Can I come in? I think it is part of the problem. I think objects can be hugely powerful. We know that. We work in the sector. We work in museums and the cultural heritage sector. But I think Harold's right in terms of joining dots and the opportunities that no blame at all. It's, once again, like this morning, it's something we need to tell funders, and it's something ICON we really want to work to speak to funders about and really raise the profile of conservation. Because if we join the dots, we know there are audiences that really face barriers to engaging with our collections and with our outreach and with all of the work we do. And actually, is conservation and the conservation of an object, or being able to engage with that object in a richer or a deeper or a more interactive way through conservation, is this an opportunity we're missing? Will young people who are not getting arts and creativity on a curriculum at this point in time, are they potentially going to engage if they get to understand the material science behind an object, understand the chemistry that's going into actually working with, or why some envelopes are good for storing negatives and why some are not? These are really, really interesting things behind collections that actually, it's not always easy to share, but I think if we can look really creatively at this problem, innovate, work together, and kind of really help our visitors and our audiences and our communities to get a deeper insight, a deeper understanding. And our volunteers, we were just touring, obviously, the incredible site and speaking with one of the volunteer engineers in one of the garages, relocated from Wolverhampton, I believe, with the wonderful Sunbeam motor cars and bike in there. And I just think it's that kind of insight. These people are conservator restorers. They are working. It's industrial heritage. It's not paintings conservation. But it's such a breadth and such an interesting area. And I agree. I think there are dots to join. There are young people and people from all backgrounds to inspire, and we just need to get our creative brains on and really work at it.
So we've got about 10 minutes, and I think we throw out to the room. We have a roving mic, or do you need a mic?
Hi, this isn't actually a question, it is more of a comment, and I do apologise for that. But just reflecting on the discussion that you've had about how difficult it is to fundraise for conservation, I do feel duty-bound to let Welsh AIM members know that the Welsh Government-funded Small Grants Scheme administered by the Federation does indeed fund conservation as very much eligible projects. So just wanted to say that.
Hi. I was lucky enough to work with the AIM Pilgrim Trust grant scheme for quite a while, and also as an MDO. And I wanted to echo what you were saying about that long-term relationship and how, in some ways, those small amounts of money make a lot of difference to people. The majority of people who get such funds are often not professional museum people. A lot of the small museums are staffed and volunteered by people who don't see themselves as part of the heritage industry. They do what they do there. And long-term relationships with Pilgrim Trust and the ICON and AIM enable those organisations to get contact with the professionals and to develop their own practice and bring them inside, if you like, the fold. And I think those kind of things, that's where the community connection is, and that's how that develops over a period of time. And over that time that I was looking at it, the quality of the applications just shot up, and it was about that relationship between AIM and Pilgrim Trust and ICON, and that really is valuable.
Thank you. We've got a question here at the front. I'm going to make you walk, Matt. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Sarah from the National Civil War Centre in Newark Castle. I'm interested to know if any of you have ever done any community engagement work, community consultation or chatting to your communities to decide which objects or buildings to conserve.
So that was a large part of our Forging Ahead project, and a huge amount of the objects that we have now. So we've collected around 9,000 new objects as part of our capital project, and a large proportion of that have been donated from the community. So in a sense, it's not necessarily them kind of choosing from it, but they are choosing in terms of what they think should be done. But when we considered what stories we wanted to tell, a huge amount of work was done with our community, understanding what did they think were the important stories to tell about the Black Country, and what objects should we tell them through.
Yeah, and our experience is very much the same. Alongside the Don Eads project with the photographs, we were, as I mentioned, I think, undergoing a major redevelopment project, and part of that was a couple of years of focus groups, discussions with the community, what they would like to see in the new museum, and we were virtually rebuilding it. And that then informed the decisions we made on the conservation, so that we met their objectives and got them to engage with us a lot more.
Thank you. So, question at the back.
Hello, Sarah Staniforth, also former member of the AIM panel, AIM Pilgrim Trust Conservation Panel. I just wanted to say something about care of collections and preventive conservation, which you haven't mentioned at all this afternoon, because I think from the point of view of the sustainability of all museums, and in particular the smaller independent museums, the care of collections as led by accredited ICON preventive conservators has been a huge expansion of the AIM Pilgrim Trust grants. And that's another great way of involving the community, because several of the grants that we gave after the preventive conservators had done their initial reports were for conservators to train groups of volunteers from the community to do the preventive conservation in their museums.
Hello, my name's Jade. I'm not a museum professional, so this is all very new to me, but I do marketing, and I was thinking, with the link with community and conservation, is it something that museums can do or do already do to crowdfund for specific objects? Because would that link local communities with the objects that are then going into their local museums and give them a sense of connection and ownership to the items going in there? And then if there was a bigger project with multiple objects, could you have displayed somewhere like a list of the people that contributed, that donated, because that will give local people a sense of pride that they've contributed to something in their local museum. And also from a psychological point of view, everyone's looking for their legacy, and that gives them something as part of their ongoing legacy locally as well.
So I can answer this as well, so we're on Charleston in Sussex, beautifully painted house, and we worked with Art Fund on a crowdfunding campaign to restore some of the wallpapers within the house, and it was hugely successful as a kind of crowdfunding exercise and as a marketing exercise, and also as a way of communicating the importance of conservation to the fabric of our house. And we, in the past, the experience of going around Charleston was quite performative, and it was sort of as if it happened by magic that these rooms were like this. Whereas now we close one room a year, but don't close the door to do that deep conservation work so that visitors can understand that conservation work as it's happening. It's not a particularly radical thing to be doing, although it is for us as an organisation. And actually that is as much about teaching people of the importance of conservation and the costs of conservation, and that these things don't look after themselves by magic.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Yes, it raises the profile, it certainly does. It's object related, and that's good, and that opens people's eyes, and they connect, and they can understand what conservation is and kind of how valuable it is. And that idea of visible conservation, conservation in action, I agree. You walk into a museum and somebody is conserving something. It's really interesting, it's really engaging, and of course that's that's active conservation. And the point about preventive conservation, which I think is really key as well, is that works too. So actually, I was speaking with one of our members, a colleague who works at National Museum Wales in Cardiff, and she was just saying, actually, so excited that she's been given permission to put on a T-shirt that says what she's doing and to actually finish off some of her work when the museum opens in the morning, so that people can come and ask her questions and understand what is preventive conservation, what am I doing, what is a conservator, and also make that connection there. So, yes, really good point, and I think we can take it even more widely and use that as one of the ways of raising the profile, for sure.
Just to respond to that, that is something that we as an organisation do and have done, and I know lots of others do as well. And I think it's particularly successful when you've got a particular kind of key object with maybe a group that kind of aligns, or a community that aligns with it. That's where we found it to be most successful. And I just kind of wanted to just reflect on the fact that in my experience, communities do care about conservation. They absolutely do. And they're incredibly interested in it. I think sometimes the issues are, it's sometimes quite specific. People will have a particular connection to an object or a collection, or if they are generally interested, they might not know the specifics. So again, I think it comes back to us as a sector about how we talk about these processes and how we talk about how we value them, and maybe bringing some of the storytelling techniques that we use elsewhere to talk about this as well, and to make it really engaging for people, because people do care. And I know certainly throughout the whole process of Forging Ahead, when family members in particular have come to donate the objects to the buildings that we've created that were either their homes or where they worked, you know, the fact that we are taking their object and we are going to keep it to them is just incredible. That power of something going into a museum collection and being taken care of is astronomical, and it's something that we shouldn't forget, that our community really do value. And I think really it's about how we as a sector are kind of articulating the importance of this.
Yeah, so we purchased a 17th century book written by somebody in Petersfield, and we crowdfunded that, just a small one, put it out on Facebook that we were going to purchase it, and it would need some conservation work, and we raised enough money to buy the book, and bring an icon conservator in to do the conservation on the book. That really worked. But I just wanted to go back to our photographic collection, if I may, just to demonstrate the legacy, the unexpected legacies that you can get from conserving a collection like that. Don photographed every wedding across a 25-year period. And we had a daughter of parents were coming up for their 50th wedding anniversary, and they'd lost their wedding photographs. Because she knew, or they knew when the wedding was, we were able to go through the archive and find the photographs that Don had taken of that wedding, and she was able to make them up into an album and give them to her for their 50th wedding anniversary. I mean, that is what we do. We help stories, we tell stories, we create communities.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I think that's a wonderful way of closing the event, and I don't think any of us ever doubted that audiences cared about objects and the crowdfunding point, but actually acquisition points is a case there. So please join me in thanking our wonderful panel, Sue, Emma, Carol, and Jeremy. And you're allowed to go for tea very shortly, but I've got to tell you where the next things are going to be. If you would like to go to Unlocking Paintings with community-led participation research, Dulwich Picture Gallery and Short Work, that's in Learning Space 1. If you want Chatham Historic Dockyard Trust, always part of the story, that is Learning Space 2. If you want Kipling Hall, that's in Breakout Rooms 3 in the Brook Building. And if you want Hampshire Cultural Trust, you can stay where you are, or get yourself a cup of tea and then stay where you are. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Right, good afternoon all, and welcome back to our last breakout session of the day on data hunters and story gatherers. I'm Christine Bernath. I'm one of the newer AIM trustees and an even newer head of development at the National Army Museum. Before I introduce our speakers for afternoon's session, I just want to thank our conference sponsors once again, which is Bloomberg Connect, our host sponsor, the Black Country Living Museum, and of course our gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. Also, if you haven't had a chance to do so yet, please do go and speak to our wonderful exhibiting suppliers in the expo. They're full of great advice, guidance, as well as some fantastic freebies. If you are social media minded and you want to tweet along, please use the hashtag AIMConference2024. And now I'd like to introduce you to Jana and Emma. Jana leads on collections management and programming for the Hampshire Cultural Trust, one of the largest regional museum charities with 15 accredited sites and an estimated 2.5 million objects in its care. After a varied career, including museum development, accountancy, and consultancy, Jana joins Hampshire Cultural Trust's management team in 2018. Emma, meanwhile, joined Hampshire Cultural Trust in 2019 after returning to the UK from Australia, where she worked as the Executive Director of Heritage Perth. After 3 years of managing venues, she now leads the Central Collections and Exhibitions team, and together they help Hampshire Cultural Trust venues use collections in their public programming. Jana and Emma's session is a tale of turnaround, how the Hampshire Cultural Trust are working on making programming as impactful as the displays it creates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. That's really kind of you. Hello, and thank you very much for coming to join us this afternoon. I have a confession to make. It's fair to say Emma and I were expecting to be in a little learning breakout room, and we are in this massive, imposing hall. So for those of you who came in the front, thank you very much. Bear with us as we try to find time. We are here to talk to you about a project that is incredibly close to our heart. It's called, let's get us going. Data Hunters and Story Gatherers Towards Community Curation. I just project, shall I?
Thank you. Oh,
That's really loud now. I'm so sorry already. And the project is so close to our heart because what we're really trying to do, and I think we touched on this morning, is to find a mechanism for us to embed co-production into our everyday life, into our business as usual. And so it's quite unusual. We're sharing with you an update about a project that we're only 1 year in. There's 2 more years to go, but hopefully we can share with you a journey that we're on and how we got to this point in the first place, as Christine already introduced.
And in response, we thought it best to structure our presentation in the same way. So Jana will share with you the ups and downs that led us in a certain direction using examples from previous projects. And then I am going to take over and show you how that is reflected in the Hunters and Gatherers project, sharing what is and isn't working so far.
Really conscious that right now we're standing up here trying to tell you what we've learned so far. But actually, there's probably people in this auditorium, as big as it may be, that can teach us something about how you do co-production, or maybe in some instances how you wouldn't do co-production. So to help us with that, you may have already received a little postcard from our colleague Chelsea, who is over here. If you haven't, come and pick one up. What we're hoping to do is actually do a bit of conference co-production in the sense that we are asking you to share your lessons learned with us as well. So fill in those postcards, leave them with us at the end of the session, and hopefully we can keep that conversation going. We're going to tweet about it, maybe share a word cloud, something like that, to kind of get the message out there. For anybody who's joining us online, we're going to put our email addresses right at the end, so we want to hear from you as well. Please do get in touch because we are really conscious that we are on this journey that is actually really relevant and plays out in all sorts of museums all across the country. Enough preamble. Emma, let us get us started. Tell us about what Hunters and Gatherers actually does.
So as Jana mentioned, Hunters and Gatherers is a 3-year project which started in June 2023 and is funded by the NLHF. The total project cost is $372,000, of which $250,000 is from the NLHF Dynamic Collections Fund and the rest from a Hampshire Cultural Trust contribution. Of these costs, 3/4 are for staff costs. The purpose of the project is to trial a new means of community engagement in collections-based programming. There are 2 programming outputs, an exhibition on immigration to Basingstoke and another on working women in Georgian England, fitting in with our organisational activity for Jane Austen 2025, the 250th anniversary of Jane Austen's birth. They will both be temporary exhibitions with a legacy impact on the permanent displays. At the heart of the project, there were 3 groups. Data hunters, volunteers who support collections-based activity by auditing and documenting collections. Gatherer volunteers who carry out research into specific areas linked to the exhibition themes. And a community collective who are an advisory panel guiding and informing the development of our exhibitions.
Now, small note at this point, when we practiced this presentation, we realized that loads of people asked us, well, it's called Hunters and Gatherers, so where's the prehistoric archaeology? There isn't going to be any prehistoric archaeology. We're genuinely just talking about this whole process of our volunteers going out there being the hunters and the gatherers.
The project is managed day-to-day by a small project team that meets fortnightly. The group is comprised of a full-time project manager, Sam Butcher, a full-time project assistant, and myself, the project lead, allocated 1 day per week for the project. The project assistant role is a 6-month secondment position, and there are 3 secondment opportunities over the life of the project. Our current project assistant, Chelsea Livington, is joining us today at the conference thanks to an AIM training grant. And Sam is joining us online. Hi, Sam. The project board meets quarterly to review progress, manage change requests, risks and budget. This group is made up of project leads for impact, volunteering, collections and evaluation. And the project sponsor, Jana, chairs the meeting and myself. There is trustee oversight of the project, with the trustee collections subcommittee chair receiving updates and reporting to the trustee board as necessary, recognising the importance of the project to the whole organisation.
So how did we get there? Most of you may have already heard of the Hampshire Cultural Trust, but just a quick catch-up. We were founded in 2014 by our founding local authorities, the Winchester City Council and Hampshire County Council. Like so many independent museums, especially charities, this level of authority and independence is affording us a flexibility that allows us to take risks, to find new ways of working, to prioritize what our customers want over our stakeholders. You can get a sense of our size and our activities there a little bit. It also, however, comes hand in hand with some rather challenging budget realities. When we started in 2014, compared to where we are now with our funding, we've actually accommodated a real-term funding cut of 50%. And in 2018, those budget cuts had caused the central collections team to be restructured from having 11 members of staff to just 6. So our starting position on doing anything that allowed for community co-production was quite a challenging one. And we are now trying to rebuild, and we do that by showing that actually collections management and community engagement go hand in hand. You have one, you get the other. And that leads us on to the very first case study I want to show and share with you to show how we get to hunters and gatherers. It's all about Gosport. Now, if you don't know Gosport, Gosport is a coastal town. It shares a bay with Portsmouth. It is an Arts Council priority place. It is one of our least affluent communities in Hampshire. In 2021, we started a project of refurbishing the old grammar school in the high street of Gosport. And like so many regeneration projects, the idea was to bring an attractive cultural hub that brings vibrancy and energy back to what was a struggling town centre. To basically pay homage to our aims as an organisation, we embedded into the project this aspiration for the museum to be co-produced with our local communities. And so we engaged a community consultation expert, we dedicated the internal resources to make it happen, and we went out both online and through our networks to try and consult and brainstorm and develop those 8 inaugural stories that we wanted to tell in the museum. However, our documentation system really was not up to scratch. I doubt this will be a surprise to many of you who have done something like this. The reality is that our catalogue is so inaccessible, and the information that we have about our objects, in many cases, compliant with Spectrum, but not at a depth that would actually inspire or spark creativity, that we ended up having a situation in which our staff needed to stay in that role of gatekeeper despite our best efforts. They had to prepare stories, themes, and ideas to make sure that what we consulted on was affordable, was achievable, was available. And here comes our first big lesson. No matter how aspirational and big we dream, we need to bring the resources in and actually improve our documentation. We need to be able to share the stories effectively to allow people the choices to bring their own ideas to the programming that we want to do. So focus your resources on auditing and research. Get the documentation right.
So in response, Hunters and Gatherers does just that. Recognising the detailed and repetitive nature of cataloguing, we took on the challenge of gamifying the process and documenting museum collections to help it make it more engaging for the Hunter volunteers. This has included updating records on our Modes collections management system, with a proportion of the objects being added to our online collections website. I'll tell you a bit more about how the game works in a moment, but for now, this is how the game helps with motivation. It creates a structure, a rhythm, and an energy to collections management processes. In terms of the volunteer demographics, as alluded to earlier this morning, the project aims to work with Hunter volunteers aged 16 to 40. The information from the first cohort shows a diversity of ages. However, the group as a whole are much younger than usual heritage volunteers. We're currently developing ways to work with 16 and 17-year-olds through the Duke of Edinburgh programme and plan to pilot that this year. We initially started auditing an area of the store containing packaging for 2 reasons. From a conservation perspective, they were low-risk objects to start with, and the collection was within a store that the rest of the area had been audited, but not the packaging. However, these objects did not help us with the theme of immigration to Basingstoke. To focus the audits on areas relevant to our exhibitions, we're now introducing store hunts for objects. For the Gatherer volunteers, we'd planned initially to recruit from the local Basingstoke community. Despite some targeted advertising, this proved difficult. So we widened the area and have volunteers from across the county. After an initial in-person induction training, we introduced a hybrid model to volunteering, giving the flexibility to carry out research tasks at a time that suits them and not tied to the geography of a venue. We planned the research areas based on gaps within recorded histories and the interests of the volunteers. Research topics covered included how historic newspapers show the social dimensions and impacts of immigration in Basingstoke, and analysis of tax records from 1330 to 1550. So, is it bringing these much needed resources into documentation? The figures speak for themselves. In terms of the gatherers, working on the immigration theme from the 1st of November 2023 till the end of April 24, 8 volunteers gave 329 hours from a target of 240. For volunteers looking at the Working Women theme, as of this week, 13 volunteers have carried out 454 hours of research. For the hunters, from last October to February this year, 2,635 objects were audited. Our target was 1,000. And with the Working Women theme, which started at the beginning of March and will run till the end of June, 1,252 objects have been audited to date, with a target of 1,000. In terms of volunteer hours, for the immigration theme, we were aiming for 200 volunteer hours and achieved 287. And for the Working Women theme, as of this week, we're at 380 hours.
You can tell we're counting, can't you? We're very much
Lots
counting.
of figures there.
But with a collection of our size, making these kind of inroads is so, so important. So, next one. The next project, next case study that's helped us an awful lot is a project that might on first glance not look super relevant, but bear with me. A year ago, we opened a rather unusual heritage attraction in Winchester. It's called 878 AD. We take you in 2 parts. First, into a venue. It's an immersive experience of going back into 9th century Winchester, and you wait with us for the outcome of the Battle of Edington, before you then have the opportunity to download an app, walk the streets of Winchester, and find out what the legacy of that historic event and the reign of King Alfred is on the city. Now, that project taught me something about partnerships. HCT, and arguably the council before us, have been grappling with how to make and tell a story like 878 for a very long time. And we had tried really traditional means of having beautiful temporary exhibitions, revamping our permanent displays. But the truth is, archaeology of the 9th century looks very humble, it is very beige, and is very, very complicated story inside of them that you can't really tell through them. So what do you do when the ordinary stuff doesn't happen? And this is where it is a bit like co-production for us. Because the lessons I've learned is about the importance of the external people that give you the courage to do stuff that you haven't tried before. Hand on heart, we would never have done 878 AD if it hadn't been for our partners of the project. You can just get a glance here. The way that we can do this is we do it with the help of Ubisoft's gaming assets out of Assassin's Creed Valhalla. So if you are a gamer, that might ring a bell. If you're not a gamer, don't worry about it. They have just beautiful assets. And they just approach things differently, and they gave us the space and the openness of mind to approach something in a new way. And so this is the learning for me that really stood out, whether that came from Ubisoft as the gaming industry leader, or even the theater leads that helped us put the load of interpretation away from an interpretation panel to the wonderful actors that you engage with in our venue. So lesson number 2, if it's really difficult to do, get your friends to help. Get external partners in as well. Oh, take me on. You can tell we've really practiced this, can't you?
Oh, it's gone too far now. There we go. So again, Hunters and Gatherers does just that. The idea of gamifying collections processes was originally a recommendation made by students from the University of Southampton who took part in a business innovation programme, a consultancy-style challenge for high-achieving students in 2019. I'm now going to explain how the game works. Chelsea, if I get anything wrong, let me know. Please shout. So, to begin with, the game starts with volunteers joining a colour team. Then collections boxes are chosen, they're checked for hazards by staff, and then allocated to a colour team. Volunteers accrue points for their team on the completion of collections management tasks. Auditing collections in store gets 1 point per object recorded, then creating or updating a modes record focusing on 3 areas, location, photography, and condition recording of an object gets 1 point per section. The team with the most points at the end of the round chooses the celebration event or activity for the whole group. We've tweaked the system as we've gone along, and we now also have volunteer pathways that provide opportunities to try new tasks and earn more points, such as writing online collections pages or matching unknown objects with records. We have found challenges when volunteers leave, giving one team an advantage over the other, or if one team is working on a box with lots of no-number objects, making it difficult for them to accrue points. We're constantly reviewing this and changing elements of the game to see what works best. There have also been some challenges around the game itself, and we're finding that volunteers are not motivated or engaged with the celebration event at the end of the round. A recent poll went out asking volunteers what they would like to choose as the next celebration. It received no responses. We do see, however, that the teams and the point systems are motivating, especially as we get closer to the end of the game. In terms of other expertise, we partnered with Hampshire Record Office to train and provide research access for gatherer volunteers in accessing and using archival documents, and offered additional training in oral history recording and reading historic handwriting. As part of the exhibition development, we've employed freelance specialist support. A creative partner artist is supporting the immigration theme. Because the experts in this instance are the community, and due to the limited number of objects discovered by the hunters, we've commissioned an artist who can create images where we do not have objects. We're planning to develop contemporary collecting practice as part of the project to diversify the collections, but understand that this requires time. In developing the Working Women exhibition, we've employed a freelance specialist curator to lend expertise on an area of emerging research. Also, the development of the community collective is all about inviting input from others, inviting people to share their knowledge, advice, and lived experiences. For the immigration exhibition, supported by a community engagement consultant, we recruited a group of community members. They will meet 6 times in total between January and July 2024 to advise on exhibition themes, interpretation methods, community engagement, and exhibition design. Their contribution has guided the themes. Their initial ideas focused on wanting to celebrate diversity in Basingstoke, and as the exhibition development has progressed, the guidance has shifted to focus on the themes of work, family, and religion. This has been informed by oral history collections, and we plan to incorporate loaned objects from the community. The collective have been paid for their time with retail vouchers. We hadn't planned to do this initially, but in line with best practice, we revised our approach. We're also here to learn from all of you too, and welcome your comments and feedback. So please make use of the postcards, speak to us afterwards, or drop us an email.
Last one. The last project I want to share with you was called On the Move. It was our very first attempt at partnering with mental health charity Mind. It was designed to work with men who were recovering from mental health crisis to find a means of helping with their recovery in their collections management tasks behind the scene. Now, this project did not quite go as planned because the original plan was for the first cohort to meet in May 2020. So we had to change things around real quick. However, we did manage to do some good stuff. So while we had the lockdown, we managed to connect with existing volunteers who were at risk of isolation. They had a means of connecting with each other. And then once we were able to meet face to face, we had the opportunity to work with 6 participants on the originally planned project. By that time, pressure was on. As you can imagine, there were loads of people asking us to actually get things moving, whether that was the partners and the stakeholders who were involved and had, beef in the game, or whether that was the participants, because they were in a difficult situation, made only worse by the situation of the pandemic. And the third group of people who I would say put a lot of pressure on us in this project was actually our internal staff, because it's fair to say there were some people who remained convinced that we needed to get people involved right in the back office of our collections work. And let's face it, I wouldn't be so surprised, if I'm honest, if there were some people among them who would quite readily see us fail. Because change like this, of actually opening up your doors and letting people in to do the work with you, it's change that is not just practically hard, it's emotionally hard. And what we've learned through this project, or what I've really learned through this project, is the need to actually keep your cause connected to real, verifiable, and trustworthy data, so that you can show that all this hard work, all this emotional turmoil is worth something. We used a particular model that was at the time recommended to us by Mind. It was really good lesson learned from our friends at the time. And that helps me say now that even however small that project was, and however difficult it was to deliver it, I can hand on heart say that we made an impact and we made a difference. It was smaller than expected, but we know that people's social confidence, their connectedness to the world, their ability or sense of self-worth was strengthened by the work that we've done. So here comes the last one. If you do something that is new, if you're trying to do new things, support your trials with real evidence. Keep evaluating, making sure it works, because it's going to be hard. If it's not doing the thing you want to do, just keep changing it, right? And this is the beauty of projects like this. We were talking earlier about how can we make long-term change happen through project funding? For us, it's because it gives us that little bit of a sandbox in which to try things out, get them right, before we can then hand them over into business as usual. You ready? There we go.
So for hunters and gatherers, our impact evaluation is using a mixed model of methodology to collect data so far. A staff workshop and survey, community collective survey, training outcome surveys for the hunters and gatherer volunteers, a participant experience survey, and a quality of life survey. For the hunter and gatherer volunteers who've completed their volunteering on the immigration theme, there has been some challenge in capturing data at the conclusion of their volunteering time with us, giving us a limited pool of before and after data, and this is something we will review and adapt our methods moving forward. Despite this, a year in, early outcomes from the immigration theme show. For the hunter volunteers, many had little prior knowledge about collections management, object handling, and documentation processes. The training and experience boosted their confidence and understanding in the sector. Several hunters expressed that the project gave them a newfound appreciation of collections and inspired some to potentially pursue careers in museums. The feedback from the gatherer volunteers had shown that after the training, we noticed a big improvement in their knowledge and skills. They now have a solid grasp of social history and how to collect it, how to make sure it's representative of different groups. The volunteers also felt they'd gotten better at specific tasks like understanding practical steps of gathering histories and knowing what technology to use. The community collective participants looked forward to exchanging knowledge and ideas and working together to help each other and their community. Some members felt that the existing museum collection only partially reflected their heritage and anticipated the collective's work would make the collection more representative. Overall, the data suggests that participants entered the project eager to have their voices heard, contribute their perspectives, and feel a greater sense of belonging and empowerment within their communities. We're aware of the importance of evaluation in winning over skeptics, securing future support, and preparing for a long-term legacy to show the model really can work when it's not a time-limited project, but business as usual. The project is a test case for how we want to work across the museums in the future at Hampshire Cultural Trust. In terms of the next steps, we will continue to tweak and improve how the project empowers our local communities. And of course, we are looking forward to opening the doors to our 2 new exhibitions. Basingstoke's My Home, Local Stories with Global Roots opens in November 2024 at the Willis Museum and Sainsbury Gallery in Basingstoke. And Beyond the Bonnet, Working Women in Jane Austen's Novels opens in July 2025 at the Ark in Winchester.
Fantastic. So just one last time opportunity to remind you, share your thoughts with us, please do. Those are the 3 big takeaway messages that we wanted to share with you today. I hope that you found that helpful, that it chimed with what you were doing. Even better, if this has sparked something in you that make your life a little bit easier. Maybe you don't have to make all the silly mistakes that we're making. That would be even better. It's been a real pleasure to talk to you. Thank you for making the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for a very inspiring talk and also for being so open and honest and sharing the lessons learned throughout this, which I think will resonate with a lot of you in the audience. We have about 10-15 minutes for some questions, if there's anyone out there on the floor. Yes, Matt's just going to get your microphone. Bear with 1 second.
Hi there, my name's Denise. I'm from the National Civil War Centre in Newark, and I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about the work you were doing with people who were recovering from mental health crises. Could you just expand a little bit on what their role was and what the project involved?
Of course, I'd love to. As I said, it was a partnership project with Mind, which was incredibly useful for us because they were able to train, first of all, our team inside the collections team to get ready, because this was all about supportive volunteering. We had a lot of opportunities to put in the right policies and safeguarding provisions to get ready. We then used their referral process and social prescribing contacts to recruit men that were recovering from mental health crisis into the project. We basically shared this opportunity across our networks. And they joined us. Initially, we were thinking about having time-limited placements with them. But we found that for some people, it was really important that there wouldn't have to be a commitment of any sort. So we just kept it rolling. They could stay for as long as they liked. For other people, it was really nice to know that there would be moments of reflection, that they would come in and out of the system. So we learned something about the need to be really flexible and individually focused on the solution. We used, now what is it called? The short Warwickshire it's called SwimWebs. I'll find you, if you give me the details. We used a very specific mental well-being evaluation system. It is an academic system that is free for charities to use. It was very, very helpful. And we evaluated at the start, midpoints, and at the end to basically trace people's progression over certain statements about their well-being, which helped us to show that impact. What was quite, for me, surprising, maybe you're already aware of this, is that originally the scores went down. So you ask somebody at the start, somebody who doesn't know you, about how they feel about themselves, they are going to possibly be quite positive or maybe overly optimistic about how they feel. They get to know you a bit longer. They might actually become more genuinely trusting and tell you actually how they feel. So that was quite worrying. I thought, oh, we're doing this project and everybody's starting to feel worse. But actually what happened is we did see that curve. So it's got worse and then it got better. And in fact, we still have one of the participants has become a long-term volunteer with us. So it goes to show that it is, that in-depth relationship that we can build through volunteering is really valuable. Oh, they were working with our industrial heritage collection, and they were working on condition reporting and auditing at the same time. We were specifically, I think there was a long period of working on bicycles. They were working with the bicycle collection, which was very handy because there's very few people out there who don't have a very personal relationship to bikes. So it was like a men's shed, but on the size of an industrial heritage store.
Hi, Elliot Simmons from MEL Research. I think you're talking about the Warwick Edinburgh mental wellbeing scale, by the way. My question kind of relates to that. I was thinking about if people are kind of semi-unsupervised going through collections, did you take any kind of precautions around potentially being triggered or finding kind of stories that resonated emotionally for them And I guess, was it considered, and what did you do?
Luckily, due to the funding, they were always supervised. So we had a project manager that was there with them. But I think you're absolutely right. You have to do a lot of preparation. And I think, Emma, you mentioned that at the moment, the way that the game works is that we at least check the boxes before they get handed out to the teams. That's not so much often about the triggering element of it. It's much more about the hazards in collections, right? We want to make sure that there isn't something in there that is either chemically or biologically dangerous for people being involved.
Thanks. Jana, you mentioned very briefly that the way you were working here was about using these projects as sandbox activities before it went into business as usual. And this morning, there was a lot of discussion about being on the project funding treadmill and you drop people and bad things happen. Can you say, just for a couple of minutes, about the shift that you went through as an organization to go, okay, well, we'll do sandbox and business as usual, because that's quite a different way of working.
Of course, thank you. It's kind of hard. It's not a neat progression. I can't say like we started here and now we're there and we've kind of moved to it directly. But I think what we have done is, because of the challenge of trying to work with such a limited set of resources in our staff team, is trying to find a way of being really efficient in how we get community partners involved. And we've learned from our many, I think, Christine, you managed at the start, we have 15 accredited museums that we look after and a small central team to do it with. And the conversation we're having again and again and again with our venue teams is they have these growing or sometimes even lasting relationships with community groups, with volunteers, and they want to do something, and they don't have the resources to do it with. So what I've been working on over the last 5 years is somehow finding the holy grail of getting the central team to be so flexible that they can either train or deliver the kind of extra resources that we need to make those relationships work in our museums all across the portfolio. And I think once we come up with something, and I think Hunters and Gatherers is getting us a good step towards that, is to basically then train our local teams to do this process with their local communities. And therein, I think, lies the legacy, because they have those relationships long term. People really love their individual museums. They don't necessarily love a portfolio organization like we are. If I show somebody my logo, they'll go, yeah, I know the Red House Museum in Christchurch, I love that. I don't really love the Hampshire Cultural Trust. But, and I think what you've seen in some of those projects is us playing around with different ways of making the story more relevant and actually listening to, like, through the data, to what people tell us they actually want to do with the collections as well. So we're learning bit by bit. Thank you all. I just want to take a last opportunity to remind you to fill out your little postcards that you were handed at the beginning of the session. And please, can you bring them to the front of the stage once you've done so? And please, will you join me in thanking Jana and Emma again? Thank you. Our next session will be the final panel discussion on building heritage communities online at 4:15. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking around to listen to us. Hopefully we'll make it worth your while. Thank you to our sponsors, Bloomberg Connects, and we're going to hear from Alina from Bloomberg Connects during this session, and our host sponsor, the Black Country Living Museum. And I think we've all had a fantastic time. If you've been able to get out of the conference venues and visit some of the museum itself, have a fantastic time wandering around the museum. Thank you also to the gold sponsors, Minerva, and to Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. If you haven't already, perhaps now is the time to tweet with the hashtag AIMConference2024. Do share pictures and feedback based on what you've heard from the sessions. We're really keen to hear from you. I'm Camilla Stewart. I'm one of the AIM trustees. And I think I've been asked to chair this session in capacity, or in respect of my day job, which is Director of Partnerships and Collection Support at Art UK. And obviously at Art UK, we work across a digital platform with many of the organisations in this room. And so hopefully reasonably well qualified to talk about a session that is building heritage communities online. My fellow panel participants are Stuart from the Cromwell Museum, Chris from the Tank Museum, Alina from Bloomberg Connects, and Kelly from Dulwich Picture Gallery. Extra thanks to Kelly, because she's just finished presenting in one of the breakout rooms and has basically run across here to participate in this section too. We're just going to start off with a quick general introduction from the participants on the panel, just saying where they're from, who they are, and their experience of using digital in their organisation. Stuart, would you like to go first?
Hello, my name's Stuart. I'm curator, director, chief cook and bottle washer at the Cromwell Museum in Huntingdon. And I think I have to say, listening to the sponsor list, as we're just signing up for Bloomberg, we use Hayes Parsons for our insurance, and we've been working with Minerva for trustee recruitment. I think that means that I win AIM conference bingo.
We did actually pay him.
The Cromwell Museum, for those of you who don't know us, which is probably quite likely, are a teeny tiny museum in Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire. Our public gallery space is about half the size of this room. We have the world's best collection of artefacts relating to one of the most significant and some might say infamous figures in British history, Oliver Cromwell, and it's our job to try and tell his story warts and all. And we, over the last few years, particularly since COVID, have been going through a voyage of discovery using YouTube, although Chris wins on YouTube. Facebook, Twitter, all the different social medias. We've just started on TikTok, and the wonders of Zoom for all sorts of engagement. Zoom has saved us in all sorts of ways we'll probably talk about in a moment. Microsoft Teams, on the other hand, should be taken out and burnt in the car park.
And Chris, how do you follow that?
My name's Chris Roy. I'm the, to use an earlier phrase, current director of the Tank Museum. I've been in the job 6 months, having previously managed the North Yorkshire Moors Railway. I believe the Beck Isle Museum's here this evening, or this afternoon, so thank you very much. It's lovely to see you here. You're going to have to use your imagination with me, because I am actually in my mid-40s, quite slight built with a full head of hair, because that's my head of marketing. Unfortunately, he's been whisked off to Sydney to do another conference over there, so I'm the understudy. I'm probably in a prime position, actually, as director of the Tank Museum, to see exactly what has happened digitally at the Tank Museum, and certainly from COVID onwards, we've developed very, very quickly, especially on e-commerce, which we'll go into in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Alina?
Hello, everyone. My name is Alina Vasilikayan, and I have the great privilege of being part of the partnerships team at Bloomberg Connects. Now, for those of you that didn't see the tote bags, didn't stop by to say hi, are not a partner, what is Bloomberg Connects? I'll keep it short. Essentially, it's an app, offered for free to institutions around the world, now serving 460 partners and 3.3 million users. But more on that tomorrow morning.
And Kelly?
Missed the intro. Hi everyone, my name's Kelly. I'm the Senior Learning and Participation Manager at Dulwich Picture Gallery. For those of you who don't know us, we are the oldest purpose-built art gallery, so we've always been open for the public for over 200 years. I'm predominantly known for our collection of old master paintings, but we have a changing exhibition programme, and we're about to transform our site as part of open art around sculptures and play. Thinking about the theme of this around communities and being alongside the lovely Bloomberg Connects, and thinking about the biggest transformation we've had about digital in the last couple of years has been about us signing up to the Bloomberg Connects app right at the start of the pandemic, and we've done a lot of learning around that, and it's probably the main way at the moment, because we've got a very old website, of us communicating with our audiences and communities. So the Bloomberg Connects app has replaced our audio guide. It's now our audio guide on site, but we don't have a traditional audio guide. We have curators talk voices, but we also think about bringing community voices and also artist voices too. We have glossaries on there, we advertise our public programme on there, and we also talk about our engagement programme in there. So that's probably been the biggest change and the platform we're using the most to think about and work with communities online.
Thank you. So we're all completely aware of the challenge and opportunity that COVID posed for digital in museums and galleries. perhaps uncomfortably quickly overnight. We all went online, looked at ways to try and engage our respective audiences. But I'm sort of curious to tease out a few years from lockdown how things are going, where we are, you know, how are museums managing to keep the amount of content going that they'd like to produce, if indeed. And one of the things I think we all have to have at the very heart of our minds when we're thinking digitally is about our audience. So I'm going to kick off with a question about who is our audience, or who is our collective audience, and how do we know? Who'd like to? Chris, would you like to start on that one?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, actually. The who is our audience is actually not necessarily the same as who is our audience at a museum. In fact, I would actually say that if you actually try and apply that logic to online, it isn't going to work at all. What has become apparent with our audience is that we are very much marketing to a very, very narrow stream of people, which are the people that are directly interested in the finer detail of our subject matter. So traditional marketing is very much along the lines of, come along, it's great, we try and diversify as much as possible, and we try and make sure we get all groups of people. Whereas online digital marketing is finding the people you want to market to and marketing to them, and let them tell you what they want, not the scenario where you fall into the trap of telling them what you think they want.
I think it's absolutely about finding people with a passion for your subject, which you've achieved very successfully at the Tank Museum. Stuart, would you like to?
I think we found that you use different streams in terms of sort of digital engagement, so different social media channels for different purposes. So we have about 3,500. I should say, by the way, before you're all thinking we have a vast department doing this, we have 2.5 staff, of which I'm one of them. So we have about 3,500 Facebook followers. We are primarily using Facebook as a means of engaging people to then do physical visits as a result. And for instance, particularly using Facebook advertising for things like in-person events, and to some extent also online events as well. Our online event schedule, which has grown hugely, particularly our online lecture series, which now we get sort of regularly attendees of a couple of hundred people from all over the world joining us via Zoom for our talks. I was actually doing one from the hotel room last night, and that generates us £4,000 or £5,000 worth of income, which for a small museum like us is not inconsiderable, as well as engaging us with the academic community who help deliver those lectures, and genuinely interested people from around the world. And there's a crossover with that, with our YouTube channel, in the same way as I suspect there is with Chris's. These are the people who are really interested. And then there's the sort of the ex-Twitter market, who encompasses a wide variety of very strange and wonderful people. Very strange and occasionally abusive. But also, that's proved very useful for us for things like crowdfunding. So when we were in very desperate straits during COVID, they helped us out with that. Last year, for example, there was a 17th century pamphlet that we wanted to acquire, a leveller pamphlet, that turned up at auction. We needed to raise £3,000 quite quickly. We simply crowdfunded that via Twitter and raised the money in 24 hours. So, you know, it does have its benefits.
Fantastic. And Kelly, I think you use digital to appeal to us, sort of very much a learning audience and a learning community online. Would you like to say a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think we use a lot of digital engagement to think about how we can make our collection more relevant and connect to our local audiences and our international audiences. We have to also balance that as an independent museum with our commercial outcomes, so our paid programs, our paid and our ticketing. I think what you said about our online audience being very different to the audience that comes to the gallery, I got a really interesting fact from our comms manager that for Instagram, 35% of our audience on Instagram are London, aged 25 to 44, 68% women, partly they all get up at 6 a.m. Who knew you could find all that out? That's very different to the audience that come to our gallery, and it's also very different to our learning audience. So a lot of the work we've been doing is how we can kind of think about the different audiences and the different ways that they engage with us on site. One of the main things that we do is collaboration with our local community partners that helps bring new audiences to our social media. A lot of signposting, so thinking about the Bloomberg Connects app, it's not just about being an audio guide on site, but it's something that school teachers can use, other activists can use as well. But the biggest piece of work that we've been doing that's been feeding into this, and sorry for those who've heard me talk about this previously, is we've just done a big project, an action research project, working with our community to ask them how the gallery can be more relevant. And one of the key questions we asked about that is how can our digital content be more relevant to you? And what's really come through is being authentic, showing your values of who you are, what you're aiming to do, and also speaking to and responding to local issues in your area.
And thank you. Alina, there's something I think as well about using Bloomberg Connects to reach these audiences as well, and the ability to use those voices to tell stories and connect with those audiences. Would you like to say a little bit about that?
Totally. So first of all, each guide on our platform is unique because we don't prescribe what content you can add into the app, and we actually encourage you to tailor that content to your audience, to your community. And each guide's interface as well really can match your audience journey on site, but also reflect the stories that you want to tell. So to give you some examples, because I have Kelly here, they had an exhibition, Reframed, a woman at the window, and they actually had two perspectives on, you know, the objects as part of the exhibition. So you would have the curator's take on that painting, but also you would have another perspective from a community member. Another opportunity is to have the staff voices and to really give them an opportunity to shine and to really tell your stories in a different manner. You could have, you know, LGBTQ+ trails. You can shine the light on like the women's of the collection. So what I'm trying to say, the possibilities are endless in terms of how do you frame, how do you tell the stories. And also the app incorporates Google Translate, meaning all the text in your guide can be available in 40+ languages. Again, helping you, you know, engage your community where perhaps there is a language barrier, but also reach a more international community as well.
Thank you. I think we also experience, you know, real challenges with understanding our audience using a digital platform. I know I can tell you we have 5.3 million users. 42% of them are in the UK, 23% from the USA. I can see that our audience demographic has changed over time. So we have a higher proportion of younger users than we used to. Our use by global majority audiences has increased as well over time. But to really know those audiences, to connect with our passions, is a real challenge. We don't get much out of GA4 that tells you exactly who this is that's using your product. And I think there is a sort of, certainly within my team, a real desire to do much closer work with individual audiences to try and enable audience segmentation, follow user journeys, try and develop audience profiles, personas, so we can really get a grip with how we actually connect with their passions. And I don't know sort of other people's experience on the panel of sort of undertaking additional work to try and get to the bottom of who their audience is and why they're valuing your digital output. Would anybody like to?
I think I can actually. The classic one is that everybody will tell you it's an analytical process. You go through Google Analytics or you go through YouTube Analytics. The big problem with YouTube is they're constantly changing their algorithms all the time. So what might be right today is not right tomorrow. And there's an element of trial and error. You've got to be prepared to make mistakes. I'll give you an example. We decided to have a poet who would give us some Second World War poetry in front of one of our tanks. He was an exceptional poet. It was an exceptional poem. But it actually bombed because it wasn't what the audience wanted. So that gives you kind of feedback which lets you know that actually you've gone down the wrong direction, you've made a mistake. The other thing as well, and it's quite a basic one, is read the comments. The comments, and actually categorize the comments, even the negative ones and the positive ones. Categorize them because they give you a very clear indication when people are happy and when people are not happy with what you're doing online. And I think to a certain extent, and one thing we've also learned is don't fall into the trap of answering the comments. It's a rabbit hole that you just don't want to go down because it develops into another thread and another thread and another thread. So use the comments for your analytical purposes, but don't get drawn into the trap of answering them.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to move on.
I was going to say, the one exception to that we found, which again has helped develop this community, particularly on X. We're still going to keep calling it Twitter because, you know, Sod Elon. The reason we kind of tend to have a lot of dialogue on there, particularly with people who are genuinely interested and end up in sort of threads, is because of the kind of house style we've developed on there, which has been particularly very conversational and very informal with people. So quite often that encourages some really interesting dialogues. But as I say, as Chris says, you know, the ones you get which are obviously trying to be obstructive, you just genuinely ignore.
The earth isn't flat.
No.
Good advice. Moving on. So, again, COVID was an opportunity, but what challenges have you identified in doing digital museum work, and how have you tackled these? And particularly around resources, opportunities, marketing, perhaps? Who'd like to pick up on that? Would you like?
I was going to say,
Yeah.
I'm starting.
Go on,
Okay,
Stuart, you go.
okay, right. Our problem has been capacity, because, as the aforementioned, 2.5 staff. During COVID, actually, there was only one of us, there was me, and we've actually employed 1.5 people since then. And but even so, with the fact that we're back open again and just simply being able to generate the level of content and then monitor the content in terms of feedback and comments you get is problematic when you've got to keep the doors open. And actually, at the moment, in terms of our day footfall, we're actually growing. We've just had the busiest year we've had for 25 years. And actually the busiest May we've had in the museum's 60-plus year history. And at the moment we're about to start talking about having a large capital project, and it's all a bit terrifying, quite frankly. So trying to do all of that has been problematic in terms of just finding the hours in the day to deal with more online content. Some things have been actually quite helpful. So for instance, keeping our schools numbers up. We, during COVID, trialled, because we were actually approached by primary schools in Pimlico, of all places, that they wanted to do sessions on Cromwell but didn't want to come up to Huntingdon. So we sort of trialled doing them via Zoom and found that it worked. And since then, actually now we've got to the point where 40% of our school visits are on site, so they come to us. 40% are off site, we go to them. Our 20% now are actually virtual. So that we're doing sessions either by Zoom with our team, with myself if it's sixth form groups, with our costumed interpreters, and we're also as well sending out quite often loan boxes in association with those, so you can actually have the resources in the classroom to then sort of do the sort of teaching remotely. And we still charge for that in the same way as we would do otherwise. So it's a really good way of growing schools' engagement, particularly bearing in mind the barriers we're all facing at the moment, particularly with regard to coach costs and the availability of coaches, which is putting a lot of schools off.
Anyone else like to jump in? Kelly, I know.
Yeah, I would say the same kind of feeling, the balance of resources and time, thinking about when you're doing an online talk or an online workshop, you've not got that ecosystem of your visitor experience team, your volunteers that kind of welcome, and it can feel quite isolating. I think one of the questions we've been thinking about is, when is digital right for your audience? In the same way that you do workshops on-site, you do workshops off-site, when's the right time to do digital engagement online, not on-site? The other thing is around the language, around when you're communicating with audiences more through kind of learning in a programming space. It's a different space to work in, it's a different space to communicate in, you need a lot more breaks. Again, similar when you are posting things online, dealing with the comments and having a really clear strategy of how to deal with that. Especially when we've had issues where we've co-created content with community members, and we've had quite a big backlash, and those community members really feel that strongly, so helping to empower them as well. And then I think just structuring it, so thinking about the Bloomberg Connects app, we started this in 2020, we were very focused on online and thinking about digital engagement. The gallery is now open now. So one of the ways that we've been doing is just to start small. So we add to the app as part of our exhibition process. So in the same way when we go through we've got digital on the list, we've got interpretation on the list, we've got the audio guide on the list. Sometimes it's just adding a couple of recordings from the creator's voice. Sometimes it's a much bigger project like Reframed, which I'll talk about in a moment. But it's just really adding digital as part of a process rather than an add-on.
Yeah, I think absolutely having it at the heart of every project, rather than getting to the end or end of the planning for the initial project and think, oh, hang on, where's my digital output? I think some really good examples there of the extended reach you've managed to get through your learning program. You've got people learning about the museum that wouldn't have been able to access it before. Chris, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because the attitude I came across was very much digital marketing. Well, it can't work at the same. We're a physical museum. why do we need digital marketing? Surely people are going to see us online and they're not going to come to the museum. The example my head of media very clearly gives you is the fact that you can watch Glastonbury in gratuitous detail on television, but they still sell out tickets every year. And actually, we've seen growth in on-site visitor numbers since we've gone online, almost commensurate with the rate in which we've grown digitally. So the other thing as well, collections-wise and communities-wise, we've actually found it brings the museum together a lot more, because we don't draw the distinction between what we do on-site and what we do online. It's now part of what we call a hybrid museum model. And actually, as far as charitable objectives is concerned, we're there to educate and engage with the public. We've all got our charitable objectives. It doesn't say how. It doesn't say you have to only engage with people on site. You can be more holistic in that. You can look on as digital without being, shall we say, looking down our nose at the digital output and saying, the highbrow stuff is what we do on site. It's not the digital. But engaged archives teams, we've got engaged collections teams. Now this actually forms part of their working day to support the digital as much as the online stuff, as much as the on-site stuff.
Well, it's been fantastically successful commercially for you as well. So really important that that's embedded in the organisation and everybody has buy-in to that. Would you like to say a little bit about your commercial success?
That's actually the development through COVID. Funny enough, we had the mechanism for most of our online platforms, possibly not TikTok, but certainly all the other platforms before COVID. But what we did during COVID was actually link it to e-commerce. And actually, I have to say, as a kind of outsider coming into the organisation, I've been blown away when I actually realised that one of my things I have to now manage is a fulfilment centre. I never thought that was going to be on my CV, but we now have 5 staff and 40,000 packages a year are leaving our e-commerce facility. We took our e-commerce from being 300,000 income a year online to this year it will be 2.6 million. And that has transformed us as an organisation. And actually, it's not the digital that's transformed us. We already had that mechanism. It's been the way in which we've merchandised it, the way in which we've monetised what we do online. And that's where YouTube is the big platform. YouTube is the one where you're able to product place in much the same way as Hollywood product places. We can product place at the end of videos and the links underneath the videos. And that's where the success, but even advertising income now, we've got 100 million views now on YouTube, and our advertising income's now 100,000 a year. So it's quite significant.
Yeah, a massive online community, massive online tank following that you've really managed to tap into, I think, and it's just been fantastic to see how that's transformed opportunities for you within the museum. So the community, this is all about community. How can community voices be involved with the online offer? Alina, would you like to say that? And I think Kelly, perhaps follow?
I'll pass it on to Kelly, because probably she has a really good example. So I don't want to talk on her behalf.
So thinking about how community voices can be involved, as we've just said before, it's part of the process, it's not an add-on. So you've all got engagement programs. How is digital part of that process? As I mentioned previously, with the Bloomberg Connects app, from the start, we've been really passionate about how we can have a plurality, is that the right word, of voices on that app. So we've got as you mentioned before, the Reframed Women in the Window exhibition. The curator was really keen that we had community voices, but didn't really have an idea of what that was going to be. From an engagement point of view, we've had practice of recording creative conversations in the gallery around people's perception of the artwork. So we took that model, we recorded those conversations, and that then got translated into new content for the audio guide, new contemporary labels, but also content for our social media. So when you are working with your community and creating a video or creating something really small, think about how it can go through all of your different social channels. The other thing is, I have lost my train of thought. Bloomberg Connect is not only about your communities in your community engagement, who are your creative practitioners? So again, for another exhibition, we worked with contemporary artists who recorded conversations around their responses to an old master called Rubens, Old Master Paintings. Again, it was on our app, again, it was on our social media, and our comms team, I suppose, carved it up and used it in different ways. So it's not just around how you work with your community, but how you then sharing those community voices across your digital channels as well. And then, as I mentioned with the past the present research, the next thing we're working with is how we work with communities to understand what they want and then feed that back in. But that is still an ongoing process.
Do you want to add anything, Alina? Maybe some other examples?
Yeah, communities, interesting actually. Online communities are very different, I believe, to what we traditionally call a community. They're not as diverse. In our case, 90% of our views are men. A third of those are between the age, sorry, more than a third, two-thirds of those are between the ages of 15 and 35. Funny enough, TikTok's more diverse. We've got as many as 30% women and other sexual identities looking at us there, but fundamentally it's still very much tanks, which stereotypically, I hate to say, does tend to follow the male line. But actually, it's developing the community in such a way is that in the fact that you're now fishing in a very small pond. We tend to think that the internet's a very big place, so even a small community you generate is still a big community. So you shouldn't be frightened of fishing in a small pond and getting big results, rather than trying to fish in the big pond. And I think that's some of the mistakes that can be made, is trying to fish in too big a pond to generate your community.
It comes back to that absolutely knowing your audience and tailoring your online offer for your audience, and not just a sort of generalist online offer that you hope might appeal to people at large. Alina, did you want to say anything else?
Just kind of on the community element as well. So alongside, you know, what Dulwich Picture Gallery does, and they also have like a glossary of terms, which I highly recommend you to check their app and to see how beautifully they did it. But also we have, you know, one of my favorites would be Aberdeen Art Gallery. They have an art chat for kids, so they actually got primary, you know, kids coming on site and adding their perspectives into the paintings. They're real fun to watch and listen to, so, you know, check them out as well. The Burrell Collection as well, they are incredible in, you know, creating a profile for their staff and really giving them a voice, like what's their favorite object? What do they have to share with the public? So again, that's another incredible opportunity. Again, like kids tours, but also you could host, you know, coming back to the accessibility, which I think it's extremely important. You could have, you know, content that is accessible, from audio described tours to having, you know, BSL content on your guide. So, and with the built-in capabilities, you can straight away kind of remove some of those barriers. So, you know, kind of from an app perspective and content, what I encourage all the institutions is like take into consideration, you know, the different audiences that you're serving and try to kind of cater to their needs.
Just to follow on with that, the glossary has had a really high take-up. We know a lot of people do use that. Art terms can be a bit misleading. And then also, the accessibility functions have been really useful. We're slowly building them. So each exhibition, we're trying to add in more BSL content, more audio description content. So as we go through different cycles, we're adding that. And it's really nice that the infrastructure's already there, because it's an easier way to do it. You don't have to have someone there transcribing and recording and doing it all for you. You can kind of use the app as a shorthand for that.
Yeah, I think also this of communities, it can help. I mean, there's been talking about some of the communities can be very niche, but it does help as well tie many of your supporters to you, I think, quite closely. So, for instance, you know, our members scheme, for example, they sort of get discounted access to all of our digital content. We also do specific digital events for them as well, so it's very much bespoke and tied to them. Our volunteers, we were talking about volunteers in one of the earlier sessions today, and volunteers as part of the benefits get access to all of our online content. It's also worth saying that online content was invaluable during COVID, because one of the ways we kept engaged with our volunteers was by having weekly Zoom meetings with them. And that was about both keeping them on board and on side and engaged, but also from a sort of simple, almost HR perspective, making sure they were all right. Because we regarded ourselves as a community and wanted to support them. You know, it's more than just a museum, as it were. We do see ourselves as a community with all of the people that we engage and work with.
I think that's come through in today's sessions very clearly as well, across a number of sessions, those sort of network of communities that museums engage with, from the staff within the museum to all the local museums, the wider communities that museums form such an important part of. I've got a final question to ask around the advantage of looking across different collections using digital tools. And I think I'm probably going to sort of finish with a thought around that rather than ask it as a question, because I'd like to open the floor to questions. And I just really to sort of flag that there are a number of sort of initiatives around developing national collections, of which Art UK is an early iteration. We have as a number of you will know, because many people here have signed up to it already, we have Museums Data Service launching in September, which is a partnership with Collections Trust, Art UK and the University of Leicester. And then in November, we'll have TANK reporting on the recommendations from the discovery projects that have been AHRC funded. So very much a move within the sector to think about what we can do with collections when we pull them all together online and enable new opportunities to discover what's in our collections, where gaps might lie, undertake interesting data visualizations. I'm just sort of going to finish with that thought really, rather than leave it open to questions, and move on to questions from the floor, if anybody has anything they'd like to ask. Liz.
Hi, Liz Power, AIM trustee. Do you feel that having such a key part of your organisation's strategy, and I'm kind of leaving Bloomberg Connects aside slightly for this, but such key part of your strategies in the hands of American tech entrepreneurs makes you vulnerable? I'm thinking of what happened to a lot of our numbers of Twitter followers when Elon bought it.
Who'd like to take that question?
We already are preparing lifeboats for that, as far as that's concerned. I don't think the world would explode from our point of view if Twitter fell over tomorrow, put it that way. So from our point of view, I don't think it would matter too much. If all of the social media channels did, then I think all of us in this room might have problems.
I think we're connecting across different platforms, though. We're spreading our content widely, and
Exactly.
Obviously our own digital output on our own platform as well.
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, we all have risk registers. That's firmly on ours, I can assure you. Yeah, it's spread betting effectively. It's making sure you're not concentrating too much on one thing. At the moment, we're developing TikTok. The shorter video thing seems to be coming along a lot more now. Certainly, we're getting a far more diverse audience on short videos. Longer videos, on the other hand, tend to be kind of now, we've been seeing there going 54 minutes was the ideal online video. It's now 24. So it's a changing environment all the time, and you've got to be alive to it. But again, you've got to build redundancy. If it's become absolutely key to your business success, you've got to build redundancy into it so you can swallow that, yes. And that's why you cannot neglect your on-site audience. You've got to make sure that you use the money or you use the success online to make sure that your physical museum gets the resources it needs and improves because of the work you're doing online.
Thank you.
So we've got an online question from Anne Lee asking, how do you finance audio description and BSL, both expensive using professionals?
Elena, would you like to answer that?
Absolutely. So as a Bloomberg Connect partner, you will have access to rev.com. Not that I promote them, but essentially you have free access. So you can generate your own transcripts, your own captions, and that content is not limited just for the app. So we encourage you to actually use it on your website too, or in other mediums if you need it. I hope that answers the question.
Kelly, did you want to add anything?
I think it's just thinking about access inclusion in the same way as digital. When you're thinking about your project or your program, you build that in from the start.
Thank you. Gentleman down here.
Hi, thanks. Stuart, you've got your Cromwell nerds. Chris, you've got your tank nerds. And Kelly, you've got your art nerds. I've got a museum with lots of different stories. So how can you offer any advice on how I could focus on where my nerds are and I can find them online?
It's the question how to find your nerds. Who'd like to?
I personally think your museum is your nerds to a certain extent. So what I would do in that case is find out what my key message as a museum is and use that as your online message, but keep it simple. I think if we try and spread it too much, then we can get in trouble. So a simple message, and develop one aspect of what you do and see where that takes you. If the one aspect develops well, it gives you the options to actually do things for art's sake and not for commercial sake. So success breeds success. But my recommendation is to find your nerds, is go and read the comments on your social media and find out what the bits that they really like are.
I think some of the basic principles still apply across what we're all doing, and will be the same for every museum. So some of the stuff that we put out on social media content that actually gets a lot of interest are things that actually could be very easily applied to any museum. So for instance, we quite often do, on this day in the sort of, during the history, during the Civil War or Cromwell's life or whatever, there's no reason you can't do that, for example, with the history of your town. What happened. There is quite a few people who've written books of days on local communities. We do object of the week, we do particular stories and things like that. There are always going to be hooks, I think, which we try to pick out and find we're quite successful, that I think very easily could be transplanted across different museums, different communities, and will start to engage people. But fundamentally, it's about the interests and the stories, I think.
It's those objects, I think, that speak to people, and those objects that have interesting stories to tell. And as has come across during the day, talking to the communities again. And you don't have to talk to the communities online. You can talk to the communities that are coming through the doors and say, if we were going to develop a digital offer, what would you like to see? What do you want to access? They are the people that know your content initially better than anybody else.
I wish I'd answered it that well.
I would say as someone who has asked her audience, they will be very, very, very honest with you, and it's very useful. And I would say they also, and I know that one of our main referrers to the website and social media is when we do collaborative posts with community stakeholders, so the other community organisations that maybe overlap with the work that you do. That's where we see the biggest mass migration to people starting to follow us on social media.
Thank you. Any more questions over here?
And also more of an observation and a question to follow on from what you said. I'm Lizzie from Jane Austen's house. We found that the biggest thing that we've been able to achieve with building communities is actually working collaboratively, including with my friend from Elizabeth Gaskell's house here. By working online and doing online events through collaborative posts, you can actually do partnerships that you wouldn't be able to physically do in person. You can bring people together, and it's exactly as you're saying, you do then share those audiences and you share those communities, and it builds a real sense of belonging in an online space that is quite difficult to do for multiple groups in a physical space, and it's been an absolute boon and a joy to be a part of. And sorry, it was an observation rather than a question. But
it echoes what was said by Joseph this morning, I think, in his, he can't take his bus out across the country because of COVID, but actually he had Zoom sessions that were full of 500 people every time, and enabled the message to and the collaboration to go much wider than he'd originally anticipated.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Anra Kennedy from the Audience Agency and Creswell Heritage Trust. Kind of following on from that, I'm interested in the panel's thoughts about how you quantify and articulate the value that digital brings. And we heard a bit about value from you in sort of financial ways and other ways, but particularly thinking about social value and cultural value and the value that serves your mission. For instance, John Homer this morning, the wonderful 1920s granddad, was telling me how he's got an 18-year-old new starter shadowing him at the moment who first discovered museums through John on TikTok when he was 12. And that's a really profound impact on that young person's life. And I'm just interested, do any of you set and report on KPIs in your strategy around those kinds of value from your digital activity?
Would anyone like to follow?
The simple answer is yes, we do. It seems very commercial what the Tank Museum's doing, but we have seen the building of a community, the building of buy-in to, yes, it's very hard not to measure digital financially, because ultimately your measure of success and investment is going to be quantified that way. But the fact you're engaging with more people than you have before is in itself, it hits our impact. That's our charitable objective, to engage with more people. As I said earlier, it doesn't say engage with more people only in one way. And I think that we do see value that way, and the feedback we're getting, building in social media and things like that. And more to the point, more people through the door. But the community aspects of it is difficult for us when 90% of the people identify as male, and 60% of those are in America. 10% are even in the Philippines. So, you know, it's very difficult for us, but, you know, difficult questions are good to ask. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, you know, on the Bloomberg Connect's perspective, we were built as a community. We were built to strive to make, you know, access to arts and culture available to everyone. Because often the case is only just some of the large institutions could afford to build an app. They would have the capabilities. So what we strive to do is just to create a community on its own. That's why the app is a portfolio model, having 464 partners now. Do come back and ask me in a week. 3.3 million users, but the goal is, and I think you touched, you know, it was touched upon earlier, is like creating those links, right? Hosting a community of institutions, and also regionally, you know, highlighting the institutions that are close to one another to create a cross-pollination of audiences. So I think for us, this is essentially the key and what we strive to make it accessible.
I think what blew me away about your model, and I'm going to
Thank you, Chris.
I'm going to say nice things, is it's philanthropic. And I think that's the really nice thing about the Bloomberg model, is nobody's getting rich off the back of this. This is general digital growth for the benefit of the sector, and more to the point, the benefit for of building communities. So, no, when you pitched that to me, that was the bit where I gulped, so thank you for that.
I think the value to us is in terms of the value beyond just the sort of, you know, the numbers, is the ability to tell a wider variety of stories. We physically do not have the space to be able to do that in our tiny, tiny museum, and sometimes not even the collections to be able to do that. But we cover a period which is hugely significant in terms of our history, that raise questions about the nature of freedom and democracy and monarchy and religious toleration and freedom of the press and the role of women and relations Ireland, Europe, whatever. All of these things which we're still wrestling with in 2024, and it allows us to talk about all sorts of issues which, you know, sometimes there isn't necessarily the physical space or ability to be able to discuss otherwise, and that's hugely valuable to us. So that's why I think digital is important. And for all the other reasons we've talked about, it's not just about the figures, it's being able to provide those other areas for discussion for people.
Thank you. We're going to the end of the session. I think it's a good question, Anra, that we all need to have those KPIs that are not just numbers, but those KPIs that are around the quality of the engagement and the sort of transformative experiences people can have using our digital content, which can be harder to gauge. This is conversations, surveys, user groups, that kind of in-depth analysis. It doesn't come through in the numbers. I'm going to thank everybody on the panel. I hope you found it a useful discussion. I found it really interesting. Lots of insights from different sectors, different museums across the sector, rather. And thank you very much indeed for your participation.